Welcome, weary traveler, to the darkest tale in wizarding history. Tonight, we journey to a fortress surrounded by the cold North Sea, where ancient stones hold centuries of despair and the very air whispers of forgotten souls. This is the complete story of Azkaban, from its cursed origins to its transformation, from the monsters that made it their home to the brave souls who suffered within its walls. As you settle into your warm bed, let these words carry you through the shadows of magical justice, where hope and horror dance together in the eternal darkness. Close your eyes and drift into this chronicle of Britain's most feared prison. In the mists of the 15th century, when magic flowed more freely through the world and the boundaries between the magical and mundane were still blurred like watercolors in rain, there existed a sorcerer whose very name has been almost erased from history's pages. Enchanting was not a wizard of renown, not one whose deeds would be celebrated in the great halls of magical learning, or whose portrait would hang in places of honor. He was, instead, a creature of shadow and malevolence, a being whose power was matched only by his capacity for cruelty, and whose isolation was both chosen and necessary for the safety of all who might encounter him. The island that would one day become known as Azkaban was discovered by this dark sorcerer during his wanderings across the cold waters of the North Sea. It was a place forgotten by time, a rocky outcropping that rose from the churning waves like the broken tooth of some ancient giant. The island possessed no beauty that ordinary eyes might appreciate, no gentle shores or welcoming harbors that might attract settlers or explorers. Instead, it offered only jagged cliffs that crashed against relentless waves, barren stone that supported little more than the hardiest of grasses, and an atmosphere of desolation that seemed to emanate from the very ground itself. But to Enchanting, this forbidding place represented perfect opportunity. Here was solitude absolute, isolation so complete that he could pursue his darkest interests without interference from the magical authorities who had begun to take notice of his activities on the mainland. Here was a fortress of nature's own making, surrounded by waters so treacherous that few ships would dare approach, protected by weather so harsh that even the most determined pursuers would think twice before attempting a landing. The fortress that Enchanting constructed upon this desolate rock was a monument to his twisted genius and unlimited cruelty. Using magic that drew upon sources of power that civilized wizards would never consider touching, he raised walls from the living stone of the island itself, shaping them not for beauty or comfort, but for purposes far more sinister. The structure was designed to contain screams, to muffle the sounds of suffering so thoroughly that even the seabirds learned to avoid the area. Its chambers were crafted with the specific intention of amplifying despair, each room a carefully constructed environment where hope would wither like flowers in winter frost. The magic he employed in this construction was of the darkest sort imaginable, powered not by the natural forces that most wizards learned to channel but by suffering itself. Each stone was set in place through rituals that required pain as payment. Each ward was strengthened through anguish deliberately inflicted. The very mortar that held the walls together was mixed with ingredients that no ethical magical practitioner would consider using. Substances that could only be obtained through acts of violence and cruelty that stained both the caster's magic and soul. From this fortress of horror, Enchanting began a campaign of terror that would span decades and claim hundreds of innocent lives. His particular obsession was with Muggle sailors, those brave souls who traversed the dangerous waters of the North Sea in pursuit of trade, exploration, or simple survival. To him, these men were not human beings with families and dreams and hopes for the future, but merely raw material for his experiments in pain and his studies of human suffering. His methods of luring these unfortunate victims were as creative as they were cruel. Sometimes he would use magic to create false lights that resembled the beacons of safe harbors, drawing ships toward his island with the promise of shelter from storms that he himself had conjured. Other times he would disguise himself as a shipwrecked sailor, using illusion magic to appear on the decks of passing vessels as someone in desperate need of rescue. The kindness and natural compassion of his victims became the very tools of their destruction, as their willingness to help a fellow human being led them directly into his trap. Once the sailors were brought to his island, whether through deception, magical compulsion, or simply by the misfortune of being wrecked upon his shores during one of the many storms that seemed to gather around the island with unnatural frequency, their true ordeal would begin. Ecrizdis had constructed his fortress not merely as a dwelling, but as an elaborate laboratory for the study of human suffering. Each chamber served a different purpose in his systematic exploration of pain, fear, and despair. The dungeons beneath the fortress were marvels of malevolent engineering, designed with the specific purpose of breaking both body and spirit through carefully calibrated torment. Some chambers were crafted to amplify sound, so that the screams of one victim would drive others to madness with terror at what awaited them. Others were designed to distort perception, using magical effects to make minutes feel like hours and hours like days, extending psychological torture through the simple expedient of making it impossible to track the passage of time. But perhaps the most insidious aspect of Ecrizdis's methodology was his patience. He was not content with quick deaths or simple murder, understanding instinctively that true suffering required time to develop and mature like wine in a cellar. His victims might spend weeks or months in his custody, subjected to torments that were carefully designed to maintain life while destroying everything that made that life worth living. He studied their responses to different forms of pain, documented their psychological deterioration with the meticulous attention of a scholar, and refined his techniques through practice that spanned generations of victims. The magical research he conducted using these unwilling subjects pushed the boundaries of dark arts far beyond anything that had been attempted before. He developed curses that could cause pain without physical injury, spells that could extract memories and emotions like drawing water from a well, and enchantments that could sustain life indefinitely, even under conditions that should have resulted in merciful death. His innovations in magical torture were so comprehensive and so thoroughly documented that they would influence dark magic practitioners for centuries to come. The concealment charms that Ecrizdis wove around his island fortress were masterworks of magical engineering that demonstrated both his technical skill and his paranoid understanding of the threats he faced from the outside world. These were not simple disillusionment charms or basic notice-me-not spells that might fool casual observation, but complex magical constructs that operated on multiple levels of reality simultaneously. They affected not only visual perception but magical detection, making the island invisible to scrying attempts and undetectable through the location spells that ministry officials might use to track down rumors of dark magic activity. The most sophisticated aspect of these concealment measures was their adaptive nature. The spells were designed to respond to the specific type of detection being attempted, presenting different false information to different forms of magical investigation. A wizard using a tracking charm might be led to believe the island simply didn't exist. Someone employing divination magic would receive conflicting readings that suggested multiple locations or none at all. Even direct physical approach was discouraged through subtle magical influences that created feelings of unease and strong desires to be elsewhere. Psychological pressure so gradual that victims would convince themselves that turning away was their own choice. These protections were powered by the same dark energy that fueled all of Ecrizdis's magical work, the suffering of his victims. Each act of torture, each moment of despair, each life slowly extinguished in his dungeons, contributed to the magical field that surrounded the island like an impenetrable veil. The concealment grew stronger with every atrocity committed, fed by pain until it reached levels of power that could fool even the most sophisticated magical detection methods available to the Ministry of Magic. For decades, ships disappeared without trace in the waters around what would one day become known as Azkaban. Entire crews would vanish, leaving behind only empty vessels that would occasionally wash ashore on distant coasts, their cargo intact but their crews nowhere to be found. The few survivors of shipwrecks in those waters would speak of strange lights seen in the distance, of voices calling for help across the waves, of islands that appeared on the horizon but could never be reached no matter how determinedly one sailed toward them. The Ministry of Magic, such as it was in those early days when magical government was still more informal alliance than organized institution, received reports of these disappearances but found themselves unable to investigate effectively. Every attempt to locate the source of the mysterious vanishings met with failure, as their detection spells found nothing but empty water where witnesses insisted they had seen land. The few Aurors who were dispatched to investigate returned with tales of fruitless searches, of following leads that dissolved like morning mist the moment they seemed within grasp. But Acrisdis's protection proved to have a fatal flaw that he, in his arrogance and isolation, had failed to consider adequately. The concealment charms that hid his island and his activities were directly linked to his own life force, powered by his personal magical energy as well as the suffering he generated. This connection made the spells incredibly powerful while he lived, but it also meant that they were entirely dependent on his continued existence. When death finally claimed him, whether through natural causes, magical accident, or simple exhaustion from decades of channeling the darkest forms of magic, the concealment that had protected his island for so long began to fail immediately. The process was not instantaneous but gradual, like watching ice melt in spring sunlight. First, the psychological influences that discouraged approach began to weaken, no longer turning away ships that sailed too close to the island's vicinity. Then the magical interference with detection spells started to fade, allowing location charms to begin registering the island's existence, though still with frustrating inconsistency. Finally, the visual concealment itself began to fail, and the island started appearing on the horizons of passing ships like a photograph slowly developing in magical solution. The Ministry of Magic first became aware of the island's existence through reports from merchant vessels that had been plying the same trade routes for years without ever seeing land in waters they knew to be empty. These initial sightings were treated with skepticism, as experienced sailors were known to see many things during long voyages that existed only in their minds. But when multiple ships began reporting the same phenomenon, when magical detection finally began registering a landmass where none had existed before, the ministry was forced to acknowledge that something extraordinary had occurred. The decision to investigate was not made lightly. The sudden appearance of an island where none had existed before suggested magical causes of significant power and unknown intent. The reports from sailors who had seen the island described a forbidding place, with stark cliffs and a structure upon its heights that looked more like a fortress than any normal dwelling. There was something about these descriptions that troubled the ministry investigators, a quality of menace that seemed to permeate every account despite the fact that none of the reporting sailors had actually landed on the island itself. The investigation team that was finally assembled consisted of some of the most experienced and capable magical law enforcement officials available to the ministry. These were not junior Aurors sent on routine missions but seasoned professionals who had dealt with the darkest forms of magic and emerged unscathed from encounters that had broken lesser wizards. They were equipped with the most sophisticated protective magic available, armed with detection devices that could identify magical threats from considerable distances, and prepared for discoveries that might challenge their understanding of what was possible within the boundaries of magical law. But nothing could have prepared them for what they found when they finally set foot on the island that would one day be known as Azkaban. The fortress that Acrisdis had constructed was still standing, its dark stone walls apparently unmarked by time or weather, its chambers still holding the echoes of decades of systematic cruelty. But more disturbing than the physical evidence of the atrocities that had been committed there was the presence of creatures that should not have existed, beings that seemed to embody despair itself in physical form. The investigators' first glimpse of the Dementors came as they approached the fortress entrance, when the very air around them began to grow cold despite the mild weather of the late spring day. The temperature dropped with each step they took toward the building, but this was not the natural chill of stone or shadow, but something far more profound and unsettling. It was cold that seemed to seep into their bones, into their very souls, carrying with it a weight of hopelessness that made each breath an effort and each forward step an act of will. Then they saw the creatures themselves, gliding through the corridors of the fortress like living embodiments of every nightmare that had ever plagued human sleep. The Dementors were not merely monsters, but concentrated essences of despair, beings whose very presence drained joy and hope from the environment around them, like spiritual parasites feeding on everything that made life worth living. Their forms were humanoid but wrong, wrapped in tattered cloaks that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, moving with a grace that was both beautiful and terrible to witness. The investigation team's response to encountering these creatures was immediate and instinctive. They fled. There was no shame in this retreat, for they were facing something that was beyond their training and equipment to handle effectively. The protective spells they had cast upon themselves proved inadequate against beings that attacked not the body but the soul itself. The magical weapons they carried were useless against creatures that seemed to exist partially outside normal physical reality. Even their courage, tested in countless dangerous situations, crumbled before the supernatural despair that emanated from the Dementors like heat from a fire. Those few investigators who managed to escape the island and return to the mainland found themselves changed by the experience in ways that would affect them for the rest of their lives. The memories of what they had witnessed in Acrisdis's fortress, the evidence of systematic cruelty conducted over decades, the presence of creatures that embodied hopelessness itself, these experiences left psychological scars that no magical healing could fully address. When questioned about their discoveries, they found themselves unable or unwilling to provide detailed accounts of what they had seen. This refusal to speak was not motivated by official secrecy requirements or departmental policy, but by a much more fundamental human response to trauma that exceeded their capacity to process or communicate. How could they describe the sensation of being in the presence of beings that fed on happiness itself? How could they convey the horror of walking through chambers where decades of torture had soaked into the very stones? How could they explain the way the Dementor's presence had made them relive their worst memories, their most painful losses, their deepest fears? The reports that were eventually filed were necessarily incomplete, focusing on the physical evidence that could be documented objectively while skirting around the psychological impact that defied normal description. They confirmed the existence of a fortress on the previously unknown island, noted the presence of chambers that showed evidence of long-term imprisonment and torture, and acknowledged the existence of creatures that posed significant magical threats. But the full scope of what Acrisdis had created in his island laboratory of pain remained largely unspoken, too terrible for ordinary language to contain. The ministry's response to these discoveries revealed deep divisions within the magical government about how to handle a situation that had no precedent in their experience. Some officials argued for immediate action to destroy the fortress and eliminate the creatures that had infested it, viewing the island as a contamination that needed to be cleansed before it could spread its influence further. Others counseled caution, pointing out that attempting to destroy something they didn't fully understand might have consequences that could prove even worse than leaving it alone. The debate that followed would shape magical policy for centuries to come and establish precedents that would influence how the ministry dealt with discoveries of dark magic sites throughout the wizarding world. But in the immediate aftermath of the island's discovery, the most pressing concern was simply what to do with the Dementors that had made the fortress their home, creatures that seemed to be multiplying in the rich environment of despair that Ecrizdis had created for them through decades of systematic cruelty. The island stood in the North Sea like a monument to human evil, its dark fortress holding secrets that would influence the course of magical justice for generations to come. The Dementors glided through its corridors like spirits of vengeance, feeding on the residual pain that had been built into the very stones, growing stronger with each passing day as they reproduced in the perfect environment that the dark sorcerer had unknowingly created for them. And in the depths of the fortress, in chambers where screams had once echoed day and night, a terrible silence had fallen, not the silence of peace or rest, but the hollow quiet that follows in the wake of unspeakable acts, when even the stones themselves seem to hold their breath in horror at what they have witnessed. This was the legacy of Ecrizdis, the foundation upon which would be built the most feared prison in the wizarding world. A place where justice and vengeance would become so intertwined that future generations would struggle to tell them apart. The dawn of the 16th century brought with it changes that would reshape the wizarding world in ways both subtle and profound, forcing magical communities across Europe to confront questions that had been avoided for generations. The relationship between the magical and non-magical worlds, which had existed in an uneasy balance of secrecy and occasional interaction, was becoming increasingly strained as Muggle populations grew larger and more organized, their governments more centralized, their methods of communication more efficient. What had once been isolated incidents of magical exposure were now becoming systematic problems that threatened to destabilize the careful equilibrium that had allowed witches and wizards to live alongside their non-magical neighbors. For centuries, the scattered wizarding prisons that had served magical Britain for generations were becoming liability rather than asset in this changing landscape. These facilities, established during earlier eras when magical communities were smaller and more isolated, had been designed to handle individual criminals and minor infractions rather than the organized dark magic activities that were becoming increasingly common. Located throughout the countryside in buildings that had been chosen for their remoteness rather than their security, these prisons relied on concealment charms and distance from Muggle populations to maintain the secrecy that magical law required. But secrecy was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain as the magical criminal population grew more sophisticated and more desperate. Prison breaks that had once been rare occurrences requiring minimal cleanup were becoming regular events that drew unwanted attention from Muggle authorities who couldn't understand the strange phenomena they witnessed. The magical effects that accompanied escape attempts, the explosive sounds of apparition, the brilliant flashes of light from combat spells, the lingering odors of magical smoke and sulfur were increasingly difficult to explain away as natural phenomena or dismiss as products of overactive imagination. The Statute of Secrecy that was established in 1692 represented the magical world's recognition that these problems had grown beyond the capacity of individual communities to manage independently. This comprehensive legislation, negotiated through years of delicate diplomacy between magical governments across the globe, established uniform standards for maintaining the separation between magical and non-magical societies. But compliance with these new international laws required fundamental changes in how magical justice was administered, particularly in the area of imprisonment and punishment of magical criminals. The most immediate challenge was consolidation. The statute required that magical law enforcement be centralized and standardized, eliminating the patchwork system of local prisons and regional enforcement that had evolved organically over centuries. This meant that the scattered prison facilities that had served magical Britain would need to be either upgraded to meet new security standards or abandoned in favor of a single, more secure facility that could handle the entire magical criminal population while maintaining absolute secrecy from Muggle observation. The technical requirements for such a facility were daunting even by magical standards. The new prison would need to be large enough to accommodate hundreds of prisoners, while remaining completely hidden from Muggle detection through both magical and mundane means. It would need to be secure enough to contain the most dangerous dark wizards while preventing the kind of spectacular escape attempts that had plagued the older facilities. Most importantly, it would need to be staffed and maintained without requiring the kind of regular contact with the outside world that might compromise its secrecy or security. Initial planning for this new super prison began almost immediately after the statute's ratification, with ministry architects and security experts working together to design a facility that would meet all of these demanding requirements. The proposed structure was to be built on a remote island in the North Sea, far enough from any Muggle shipping lanes to avoid accidental discovery, but close enough to magical Britain to allow for transportation of prisoners and supplies. The design incorporated the most advanced magical security measures available, including self-maintaining ward systems that would prevent both escape attempts and unauthorized intrusion. Construction was scheduled to begin in 1695, with completion planned for 1700. The project represented one of the largest magical construction efforts ever undertaken in Britain, requiring coordination between dozens of different magical specialists and the development of new techniques for working with the unique challenges presented by the marine environment. Funding had been approved, materials had been procured, and the necessary permits had been obtained from both the ministry and the international magical authorities who would oversee compliance with statute requirements. But in 1693, just as construction was preparing to begin, political upheaval within the ministry brought to power a man whose vision for magical justice would prove far different from that of his predecessors. Damocles' Roll's rise to the position of Minister for Magic represented a fundamental shift in magical government policy, driven by anger and frustration that had been building within the wizarding community since the statute's implementation. The resentment that Roll capitalized on was widespread and deeply felt throughout magical society. The Statute of Secrecy, while necessary for the protection of magical communities, had required sacrifices that many witches and wizards found difficult to accept. Centuries of tradition and custom had been overturned virtually overnight. Relationships between magical and non-magical individuals, which had existed openly in some communities, were now forbidden or forced underground. Economic opportunities that had relied on serving both magical and Muggle markets were eliminated. Even simple pleasures like displaying magical abilities in mixed company or using magic to assist Muggle neighbors during emergencies were now serious crimes that could result in imprisonment. Roll understood this anger and shaped his political campaign around it, arguing that the magical community had surrendered too much of its freedom and dignity in order to accommodate Muggle sensibilities. His speeches during the campaign painted a picture of a magical world that had been diminished by its willingness to hide from those who should rightfully be its subjects rather than its masters. He promised to restore magical pride and power, to create policies that prioritized the needs and interests of witches and wizards over the convenience of maintaining good relations with the non-magical world. His victory in the ministerial election was decisive, reflecting the depth of anger within the magical community about the constraints that the statute had imposed on their daily lives. But victory brought with it the responsibility of translating campaign rhetoric into actual policy, and it was in the area of criminal justice that Rowell's philosophy would have its most dramatic and lasting impact on wizarding society. One of his first acts as minister was to review the plans for the new prison facility that his predecessor had commissioned. The proposed design, with its emphasis on humane treatment of prisoners and rehabilitation programs, struck Roll as representative of exactly the kind of weakness that had led the magical community to accept the statute's restrictions in the first place. Why should magical society spend enormous resources on creating comfortable accommodations for criminals who had violated the laws that protected magical secrecy? Why should dangerous dark wizards be housed in facilities that prioritized their comfort over the safety and satisfaction of law-abiding magical citizens? The alternative that Roll proposed was audacious in its simplicity and terrifying in its implications. Rather than constructing an expensive new facility that would require ongoing maintenance and staffing, why not utilize the existing fortress that had been discovered on the mysterious island in the North Sea? The building was already secure, having withstood centuries of weather without significant deterioration. It was isolated enough to meet all statute requirements for secrecy. Most importantly, it was already guarded by creatures that would eliminate the need for human staff while providing security that no conventional prison could match. The Dementors that infested the former fortress of Ecrisdis represented, in Roll's mind, a perfect solution to multiple problems simultaneously. These creatures required no wages, no training, no supervision, and no rotation of duties. They could not be bribed, threatened, or corrupted by the prisoners they guarded. Their very presence made escape attempts virtually impossible, as few prisoners would retain the mental clarity necessary for complex magical work after prolonged exposure to beings that fed on happiness and hope. The cost savings alone would be enormous, freeing up ministry resources for other priorities while providing security that far exceeded anything that human guards could offer. But the true appeal of Roll's proposal lay not in its practical advantages but in its symbolic meaning. Using Dementors as prison guards sent a clear message about how magical society viewed those who violated its laws and threatened its security. Prisoners would not be coddled or rehabilitated, but would experience consequences that matched the severity of their crimes. The magical community would no longer apologize for protecting itself or worry about whether its methods of punishment met with approval from those who did not understand the unique challenges that magical law enforcement faced. The reaction to Ral's proposal within the ministry was immediate and sharply divided. Senior officials who had experience with dark magic investigations understood the dangers that Dementors represented, not just to prisoners but to anyone who came into contact with them. These creatures were not merely dangerous animals that could be trained or controlled, but manifestations of despair itself, beings whose very existence was antithetical to human happiness and mental health. Employing them as prison guards would subject prisoners to forms of psychological torture that went far beyond anything that civilized justice systems had ever sanctioned. The experts in magical creature behavior were particularly vocal in their opposition to the proposal, arguing that Dementors could not be controlled or directed in the way that Roll suggested. These beings did not distinguish between guilty and innocent, between prisoner and guard, between those who deserved punishment and those who were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Their hunger for human happiness was indiscriminate and insatiable, meaning that anyone who spent time in their presence would suffer psychological damage that could be permanent and irreversible. The specialists in dark magic architecture raised additional concerns about using Ecrisdis's fortress as a prison facility. The building had been constructed using the darkest forms of magic available, powered by decades of systematic torture and murder. Its very stones had been infused with malevolent energy that would affect anyone who spent time within its walls. Even without the presence of Dementors, the fortress itself was a form of torture device, designed to amplify despair and break the spirits of anyone confined within its chambers. But these expert opinions carried little weight with a minister who had been elected on a platform of magical nationalism and who viewed such concerns as representative of the weakness that had led to the statute's acceptance in the first place. Roll dismissed the objections as the products of excessive sympathy for criminals and insufficient concern for the safety of law-abiding magical citizens. The experts, he argued, were more worried about the comfort of dark wizards than about the security of the magical community, that those dark wizards threatened. The debate that followed revealed fundamental philosophical differences about the purpose of magical justice that would influence wizarding law for centuries to come. One faction, led by those who had opposed Raoul's election, argued that the goal of imprisonment should be rehabilitation and eventual reintegration into magical society. They believed that even the most dangerous criminals retained the potential for redemption, and that subjecting them to the psychological torture that Dementors represented would destroy any possibility of reform while brutalizing the Fremen entire justice system. The opposing faction, aligned with Raoul's political philosophy, contended that the primary purpose of imprisonment was deterrence and retribution rather than rehabilitation. They argued that dark wizards who had chosen to use their magical abilities to harm others had forfeited their right to humane treatment, and that the magical community's resources were better spent on protecting the innocent rather than attempting to reform the guilty. The suffering that prisoners would experience in the presence of Dementors was not torture, but justice, the natural consequence of choices that had brought harm to others. The political battle over the prison proposal consumed months of legislative debate and bureaucratic maneuvering, with both sides marshalling evidence and expert testimony to support their positions. But ultimately, the outcome was determined not by rational argument, but by the political climate that had brought Raoul to power in the first place. The magical community's anger about the Statute of Secrecy, their frustration with feeling forced to hide their abilities and constrain their freedom, made them receptive to policies that promised strength rather than compassion, security rather than rehabilitation. The vote that authorized the use of Azkaban as a prison facility and approved the employment of Dementors as guards was closer than Raoul had hoped, but decisive enough to establish his policy as official ministry position. The cost savings that the proposal offered, combined with its promise of absolute security, proved compelling to legislators who were struggling to balance the ministry's budget while meeting the new requirements that the statute had imposed on magical government operations. Implementation of the policy began almost immediately, with ministry work crews dispatched to the island to assess the fortress and prepare it for its new purpose as a prison facility. The modifications required were minimal, as Eccresdis had already designed the structure to confine unwilling occupants. New magical locks were installed, communication systems were established to allow for prisoner transportation and supply delivery, and basic sanitation facilities were created to meet minimum health requirements. The Dementors themselves required no preparation or training for their new role as prison guards. They had been feeding on the residual despair that permeated the fortress for decades, growing stronger and more numerous as they reproduced in the perfect environment that the building provided. The presence of actual prisoners would only enhance their feeding opportunities while serving the ministry's security requirements without any additional cost or administrative burden. The first prisoners arrived at Azkaban in 1694, transported under heavy guard from the various facilities that were being closed as part of the prison consolidation program. These initial inmates were a mixture of types. Some were dark wizards whose crimes had warranted long sentences. Others were individuals convicted of statute violations who had been caught using magic in front of muggles. And still others were political prisoners, whose opposition to the new magical order had been deemed threatening to public security. The reaction of these first prisoners to their new environment provided immediate validation of the concerns that experts had raised about the psychological effects of Dementor exposure. Within days of their arrival, previously defiant criminals became listless and compliant, their resistance broken by constant exposure to beings that fed on hope itself. The political prisoners, who had arrived at Azkaban convinced of the righteousness of their cause, found their convictions withering under the influence of creatures that made optimism impossible to maintain. But from the ministry's perspective, these effects were not problems but advantages. Prisoners who had been difficult to manage in conventional facilities became docile and manageable under Dementor supervision. Escape attempts, which had been regular occurrences at the older prisons, became virtually impossible as inmates lost the mental clarity and emotional strength necessary for complex planning and execution. The administrative burden of managing the prison population dropped dramatically as guards were no longer needed to supervise prisoners who lacked the will to cause trouble. The financial savings were even more dramatic than Roll had promised during his campaign. The cost of maintaining Azkaban was a fraction of what the proposed new facility would have required, as the Dementors needed no wages, no training, no equipment, and no rotation schedules. Supply costs were minimal, as prisoners in the depths of despair required little food, and even less in the way of comfort or entertainment. The ministry resources that had been budgeted for prison operations could be redirected to other priorities, including the expansion of magical law enforcement capabilities that would be necessary to implement statute compliance throughout the wizarding community. The success of the Azkaban experiment, at least from an administrative standpoint, led to its rapid expansion as the sole prison facility for magical Britain. Within 2 years of its opening, all other magical detention facilities had been closed and their prisoners transferred to the island fortress. The system that Roll had implemented proved so effective at containing dangerous criminals while minimizing costs that it became a model for other magical governments struggling with similar challenges in the aftermath of the process. Statute's implementation. But the true cost of this efficiency was measured not in financial terms, but in human suffering that went largely unacknowledged by the officials who celebrated the system's success. The prisoners who entered Azkaban were subjected to forms of psychological torture that exceeded anything that had been sanctioned by magical law in previous centuries. The Dementor's feeding gradually stripped away not just happiness and hope, but memory itself, leaving inmates as hollow shells of their former selves even when their sentences were theoretically finite. The effects extended beyond the prisoners to their families and communities, who watched their loved ones disappear not just physically, but psychologically, into a system that offered no possibility of redemption or reform. Children grew up without parents who had been sentenced to terms that might as well have been death sentences, given the psychological destruction that awaited anyone who spent significant time in Dementor presence. Spouses and partners found themselves widowed in all but name, as the people who returned from Azkaban bore little resemblance to those who had been taken away. The wizarding community gradually adapted to the reality of Azkaban through a process of psychological compartmentalization that allowed them to celebrate the prison's effectiveness while avoiding confrontation with its moral commure. Implications. The security that the facility provided was undeniable, as was the deterrent effect that its reputation created among potential criminals. The cost savings that it generated allowed the ministry to fund other programs that benefited law-abiding citizens. The administrative simplicity of a system that required minimal oversight freed up bureaucratic resources for more constructive purposes. Yet underneath this practical acceptance lay a growing unease that manifested in subtle changes to wizarding culture and society. The casual cruelty that had been institutionalized at Azkaban began to influence attitudes toward justice and punishment throughout the magical community. Compassion for criminals became viewed as weakness rather than virtue, while harshness was celebrated as strength and wisdom. The idea that some people deserved whatever suffering they experienced became increasingly accepted, even when that suffering exceeded any reasonable relationship to their actual crimes. The fortress that Acrisdis had built as a monument to his personal sadism had been transformed into something that was arguably worse, an official expression of governmental policy that subjected prisoners to forms of psychological torture that would have horrified previous generations of magical leaders. The Dementors that glided through its corridors were no longer wild creatures feeding on ambient despair, but active participants in a justice system that had chosen efficiency and security over humanity and hope. In the cold waters of the North Sea, surrounded by creatures that embodied despair itself, Azkaban stood as testament to choices made in anger and implemented without sufficient consideration of their long-term consequences. The prison that had been created as a solution to immediate practical problems would prove to be a source of moral compromise that would plague the wizarding world for centuries, establishing precedents that would be difficult to reverse, even when their true costs became impossible to ignore. The success of Damocles' Roll's vision had been purchased with the souls of those who were sent to experience it, creating a system of justice that was both perfectly effective and fundamentally corrupt, serving the immediate needs of magical society while slowly poisoning its moral foundation through the casual acceptance of institutionalized cruelty. To understand the true horror of Azkaban, one must first comprehend the nature of the creatures that were chosen to serve as its guardians. Being so fundamentally antithetical to human happiness that their very existence challenged basic assumptions about the possibility of hope in a world that contained such manifestations of despair. The Dementors that glided through the corridors of the island fortress were not merely dangerous magical creatures like dragons or basilisks, whose threat lay in their capacity for physical destruction, but something far more insidious and terrible, living embodiments of depression itself, creatures whose feeding processes stripped away everything that made existence bearable or meaningful. The physical appearance of Dementors was designed by nature or dark magic to inspire revulsion and terror in any human observer, though few living beings had ever seen them clearly enough to provide detailed descriptions that could be trusted as accurate rather than the products of minds overwhelmed by supernatural dread. They possessed roughly humanoid forms that stood nearly 10 feet in height, their bodies concealed beneath tattered black cloaks that seemed to absorb light rather than merely blocking it. These garments moved with their wearers in ways that defied natural physics, flowing like liquid shadow while maintaining the appearance of fabric, creating an unsettling visual effect that made observers question the evidence of their own eyes. Beneath these concealing robes lay forms that were both more and less than human, shapes that suggested the basic architecture of human anatomy, while violating every expectation of what human flesh should look like or how it should behave. Their skin, what little could be glimpsed beneath their coverings, was the grey-green colour of decay, stretched tight over frames that seemed to consist of little more than bone and shadow. The texture appeared simultaneously wet and desiccated, like something that had spent too long underwater followed by too long in desert sun, creating a surface that seemed to shift between states of decomposition as if it could not decide whether to rot or mummify. But it was the absence of conventional sensory organs that marked Dementors as beings that existed partially outside normal physical reality. Where human faces possessed eyes, the Dementors showed only empty sockets that seemed to extend far deeper into their skulls than anatomy should have allowed, creating voids that appeared to lead not to brain matter but to empty space that hurt to contemplate directly. These hollow cavities did not merely lack eyes but seemed to actively repel light, creating zones of darkness that remained black even when illuminated by the brightest magical flames or strongest sunlight. The mouth of a Dementor was perhaps the most disturbing aspect of their physical form, consisting not of lips and teeth, but of a gaping hole that appeared to have been torn rather than formed through any natural process of development or evolution. This aperture served as the focal point for their most terrible ability, the means through which they could drain not just happiness and hope, but the very soul itself from their victims. The opening seemed to shift and change size as observers watched, sometimes appearing small enough that a human hand might cover it, other times expanding to dimensions that suggested it could swallow a person's head entirely. The absence of conventional eyes did not render Dementors blind in any sense that humans understood blindness. for they possessed forms of perception that transcended the limitations of physical sight to detect the emotional and spiritual emanations that allowed them to navigate their environment and locate their prey. They could sense fear like sharks sensing blood in water, following trails of anxiety and despair across vast distances with accuracy that exceeded anything that conventional magical detection could achieve. More than simple emotion, they could perceive the complex patterns of memory and experience that shaped individual psychological profiles, reading the histories of trauma and loss that made some humans more attractive as feeding targets than others. Their movement through space was accomplished not through walking or flying, but through a form of locomotion that seemed to combine the worst aspects of both. A gliding motion that carried them several feet above the ground while maintaining perfect silence that made their approach virtually undetectable until they were close enough to begin their feeding process. This soundless travel was not achieved through magical enhancement, but appeared to be a natural characteristic of their anatomy, as if their physical forms were too insubstantial to create the friction and displacement that normal movement required. The environmental effects that surrounded Dementors wherever they went served as warnings to any sensitive observers that something profoundly unnatural was approaching, though by the time these signs became apparent, it was often too late to escape their influence effectively. The temperature would begin to drop gradually at first, then with increasing rapidity as the creatures drew nearer, creating a cold that was qualitatively different from any natural chill. This was not merely the absence of heat, but the active presence of something that drained warmth from both the physical environment and the spiritual landscape, leaving behind an emptiness that felt like death approaching with patient inevitability. The light itself would seem to dim in their presence, not through any magical interference with illumination sources, but through a more fundamental alteration of the visual environment that made colors appear muted and shadows deeper than they should have been given the available light. This effect extended beyond simple visual perception to encompass the entire sensory experience, as sounds became muffled and distant, scents grew faint and unpleasant, and even the sense of touch was dulled as if sensation itself was being gradually drained away along with warmth and hope. But the most devastating impact of Dementor presence was psychological rather than physical, manifesting as an overwhelming sense of despair that seemed to rise from within their victims rather than being imposed from outside. This was not simple sadness or disappointment, but a profound conviction that happiness was impossible, that all positive experiences were illusions, that existence itself was nothing more than a prolonged journey toward inevitable suffering and death. The feeling grew stronger the longer one remained in their vicinity, building from uncomfortable unease to devastating certainty that life held no meaning or purpose worth the pain of continued existence. The feeding process that sustained Dementors was unlike anything else in the magical or natural world, representing a form of parasitism that targeted not the physical body, but the emotional and spiritual essence that gave life meaning and purpose. They consumed positive emotions directly, drawing them from their victims through processes that remained mysterious even to the most knowledgeable experts in magical creature behavior. The mechanism seemed to operate through proximity and intention rather than physical contact, allowing Dementors to feed on anyone within their range of influence without requiring direct interaction or conscious cooperation from their prey. The immediate effects of this feeding on human victims were profound and immediately recognizable to anyone who had experienced them or witnessed them in others. The sensation began as a gradual dimming of positive emotions, as if someone was slowly turning down the volume on everything that made life pleasant or worthwhile. Memories of happy experiences became harder to access, seeming distant and unreal compared to recollections of pain, loss, and disappointment that suddenly appeared with crystal clarity and overwhelming emotional intensity. As the feeding continued, victims would find themselves reliving their worst memories with a vividness that exceeded their original experience of those events, forced to confront every moment of pain, humiliation, loss, or terror that they had endured throughout their lives. These recollections were not mere remembrances, but complete psychological recreations that carried all the emotional impact of the original experiences, while stripping away any context that might have made them bearable or meaningful. The death of loved ones, the failure of important endeavors, the moments of deepest shame or fear, all would flood back with an intensity that made the present moment irrelevant compared to the overwhelming reality of past suffering. The long-term consequences of repeated exposure to Dementor feeding were even more devastating than the immediate effects, creating psychological damage that could persist for years or decades after the initial encounter. Victims often developed what Muggle physicians might recognize as severe depression. Though magical healers understood that this condition was fundamentally different from naturally occurring mental illness because it resulted from actual spiritual damage rather than chemical imbalances or psychological trauma. The capacity for experiencing joy or hope had been literally consumed, leaving behind only the neurological patterns associated with negative emotions and the memories of what happiness had felt like before it was taken away. The most extreme form of Dementor feeding, known throughout the wizarding world as the Dementor's Kiss, represented the ultimate expression of their parasitic nature and the most feared punishment that magical law could impose upon even the most dangerous criminals. This process involved the complete extraction of the human soul, leaving behind a body that remained technically alive but emptied of everything that constituted personality, memory, or consciousness. The victims of the kiss continued to breathe and maintain basic biological functions, but they were no longer present in any meaningful sense, reduced to empty shells that required care like infants, while possessing none of the potential for growth or development that made such care meaningful. The horror of the Dementor's kiss extended beyond its effects on the immediate victim to encompass the psychological impact on anyone who witnessed the process or encountered its aftermath. To see a human being reduced to such a state challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence and the permanence of individual identity. The knowledge that such a fate was possible, that consciousness itself could be stripped away while leaving the body intact, created a form of existential terror that was difficult to process or overcome even for those who never directly experienced Dementor exposure themselves. The reproductive habits of Dementors were as disturbing as their feeding patterns, representing a form of multiplication that was more akin to the spread of disease or decay than conventional biological reproduction. They did not mate in any sense that other species would recognize, lacking gender distinctions or reproductive organs that would allow for sexual reproduction. Instead, they multiplied through a process that resembled the growth of fungus or bacteria, appearing spontaneously in locations where emotional decay and despair had reached sufficient concentration to support their manifestation. This reproduction occurred most readily in places where large amounts of suffering had occurred over extended periods, environments where the psychic residue of pain and hopelessness had saturated the very atmosphere and created conditions that were conducive to Dementor development. Prisons, battlefields, sites of mass tragedy, locations where torture or systematic cruelty had been practiced. These places could spontaneously generate new Dementors if the emotional contamination reached critical levels and remained undisturbed for sufficient time to allow the process to complete itself. The rate of reproduction was directly related to the intensity and duration of suffering that occurred within their vicinity, meaning that Dementors tended to multiply most rapidly in environments where they were actively feeding on large numbers of victims over extended periods. This created a feedback loop that made infestations increasingly difficult to eliminate once they had become established, as the presence of Dementors generated the suffering that supported the creation of additional Dementors. which in turn created more suffering that supported even more rapid reproduction. The only known defense against Dementor attack was the Patronus charm, a piece of magic so advanced and demanding that most fully qualified wizards were unable to produce it successfully even under ideal conditions, let alone during the stress and terror of an actual Dementor encounter. The charm required not just technical magical skill, but access to genuinely happy memories powerful enough to overcome the despair-inducing effects of Dementor presence. A psychological state that became increasingly difficult to achieve as the creatures drew nearer and their influence grew stronger. The successful casting of a Patronus required the complete focus of the caster's consciousness on a single, powerfully positive memory, while simultaneously executing complex wand movements and incantations that demanded precision and confidence. The memory chosen had to be genuinely joyful rather than merely pleasant, possessing emotional resonance strong enough to serve as fuel for magic that could repel beings whose very existence was antithetical to human happiness. For many people, identifying such memories became impossible once Dementors were close enough to begin their feeding process, creating a paradox where the defense was needed most precisely when it became most difficult to employ. The physical manifestation of a successful Patronus took the form of silvery white energy that shaped itself into representations of animals that held particular significance for the individual caster, though the specific forms were usually symbolic rather than literal representations of the wizard's relationship with actual creatures. These magical guardians possessed enough spiritual substance to interact directly with Dementors, creating barriers that could prevent feeding while actively driving the creatures away from their intended victims. The brightness and stability of the Patronus reflected both the magical power of its caster and the strength of the positive emotions that fueled its existence. But even successful Patronus charms provided only temporary protection against Dementor attack, requiring constant maintenance and renewal that few wizards could sustain indefinitely. The charm demanded continuous access to positive emotions that were precisely what Dementors sought to consume, creating an ongoing battle between the caster's ability to maintain hope and happiness and the creature's relentless assault on those very qualities. Extended battles with Dementors often ended in exhaustion and defeat for even skilled wizards, as the emotional resources required to maintain defensive magic were gradually depleted through the feeding process they were attempting to resist. The recovery process following Dementor exposure was almost as important as the immediate defense, requiring specific treatments that could help restore some measure of emotional balance to victims who had experienced varying degrees of spiritual drainage. The most immediately effective remedy was chocolate, a simple muggle confection that possessed natural properties that could counteract some of the psychological effects of Dementor exposure. The consumption of chocolate helped restore emotional equilibrium and provided temporary relief from the overwhelming despair that characterized the aftermath of encounters with these creatures. The effectiveness of chocolate as a treatment was not fully understood even by experts in magical medicine, but appeared to be related to its ability to stimulate the production of chemicals in the human brain that were associated with positive emotions and general well-being. These natural compounds provided a foundation upon which more comprehensive healing could be built, though chocolate alone was insufficient for treating severe exposure or the long-term effects of prolonged Dementor contact. More advanced treatments required magical intervention and specialized knowledge that was available only through Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The use of Dementors as prison guards at Azkaban represented a perversion of their natural behavior that had consequences extending far beyond the immediate effects on prisoners confined within the fortress walls. While Dementors in their natural state were solitary creatures that fed opportunistically on whatever sources of despair they encountered, their employment by the ministry created concentrated populations that could feed continuously on captive victims who had no possibility of escape or effective resistance. This artificial environment accelerated both their reproduction and the intensity of their feeding behavior, creating conditions that were far more devastating than anything that occurred during natural Dementor encounters. Prisoners at Azkaban were subjected to constant exposure that gradually stripped away not just their capacity for happiness, but their memories, their personalities, and ultimately their sanity itself. The process was slow enough to maintain life indefinitely while destroying everything that made that life worth living, creating a form of existence that was arguably worse than death. The psychological effects extended beyond the prisoners to encompass anyone who worked at or visited the prison, including ministry officials who were required to inspect the facility periodically, and family members who attempted to maintain contact with incarcerated relatives. Even brief exposure to the concentrated Dementor population at Azkaban could cause lasting psychological damage, while extended contact almost inevitably resulted in permanent changes to personality and emotional capacity that marked its victims for the remainder of their lives. The guards themselves, or rather the absence of conventional guards, represented one of the most disturbing aspects of the Azkaban system. The decision to rely entirely on Dementors for security eliminated human oversight that might have provided some check on the worst abuses of the system. There were no witnesses to monitor the treatment of prisoners, no one to report on conditions within the facility, no possibility of intervention when individual cases warranted mercy or special consideration. The Dementors felt no loyalty to the ministry that employed them and had no understanding of legal distinctions between different types of crimes or varying sentence lengths. To them, all prisoners were simply sources of food to be consumed as completely and efficiently as possible. The legal framework that distinguished between temporary incarceration and permanent imprisonment was meaningless to creatures whose feeding process made no such distinctions and whose presence made rehabilitation or reform impossible. Regardless of the original intent behind individual sentences, the island fortress itself became infected by the prolonged presence of so many Dementors over such an extended period, its very stones absorbing the emotional residue of decades of feeding until the building itself became a source of despair that affected anyone who entered it. The walls seemed to radiate hopelessness, the corridors echoed with the psychic imprints of countless victims, and the cells themselves became chambers of torture that could break human spirits even without active Dementor presence. This environmental contamination created a self-sustaining cycle of suffering that persisted independent of any specific inhabitants, meaning that even temporary visitors to the island experienced the overwhelming despair that had been built into its very fabric through years of systematic spiritual destruction. The fortress had become more than a prison. It was a machine for producing the suffering that Dementors required for their survival and reproduction, powered by human misery and refined through decades of practice into an instrument of perfectly efficient cruelty. In the cold waters of the North Sea, surrounded by creatures that embodied despair itself, Azkaban had become something unprecedented in the history of magical justice. A facility where punishment transcended any reasonable relationship to crime, where the sentence was not imprisonment but gradual destruction of everything that made imprisonment preferable to death. The Dementors glided through its corridors like angels of a particularly cruel deity, dispensing not justice but annihilation, consuming not just the happiness of their victims, but the very possibility that happiness could ever return. The year 1725 marked a turning point in the history of Azkaban that would reveal the true moral cost of the system that Damocles' role had created. When a new minister for magic ascended to power with the idealistic belief that magical justice could be both effective and humane, Eldritch Diggory came to office during a period of relative stability in the wizarding world, when the immediate pressures that had driven the adoption of Dementor guards seemed less urgent, and there was space for reflection on whether the methods employed at the island fortress truly served the best interests of magical society. Diggory's background was markedly different from that of his predecessor, shaped by experiences that had given him a fundamentally different perspective on the relationship between authority and mercy. Where Raoul had risen to power through appeals to anger and fear, positioning himself as the strong leader who would protect magical society from external threats regardless of the moral costs involved. Diggory had built his reputation through careful attention to individual cases of injustice and a demonstrated commitment to ensuring that magical law served all members of society rather than simply those with sufficient power to protect themselves. His election campaign had not focused specifically on prison reform, as the public discourse of the time rarely touched on conditions at Azkaban, except to celebrate its perfect security record and the cost savings it provided to the ministry budget. The general population knew little about the daily reality of imprisonment on the island, as the Dementors who served as guards provided no reports on prisoner welfare, and the isolation of the facility meant that information about conditions there came only from the brief official inspections that were conducted annually to satisfy bureaucratic requirements. But Diggory had encountered fragments of disturbing information during his years as a junior ministry official. Whispered conversations between senior administrators who had visited the prison on official business and emerged profoundly shaken by what they had witnessed. These officials spoke in carefully neutral language about administrative procedures and security measures, but their haunted expressions and obvious reluctance to discuss details suggested that the reality of Azkaban was far more troubling than the official reports indicated. The decision to visit the prison personally was not made lightly, as previous ministers had generally been content to rely on written reports from subordinates rather than subject themselves to the psychological ordeal that Dementor exposure represented. But Diggory felt that he could not effectively govern a system that he had never observed directly, particularly one that represented such a significant component of magical justice and consumed such a substantial portion of the ministry's resources and moral authority. The journey to Azkaban required extensive preparation, both practical and psychological, as even brief exposure to concentrated Dementor populations could cause lasting mental damage to unprepared visitors. Diggory was accompanied by a team of Aurors who had been specially trained in Patronus magic and equipped with emergency supplies of chocolate and other remedies that could provide some protection against the worst effects of Dementor. Exposure. The ship that carried them to the island was warded with every protective spell available, though these measures could only provide limited defense against creatures whose attack methods transcended conventional magical barriers. The first indication of what awaited them came while they were still several miles from the island, when the temperature began to drop despite the mild spring weather that had prevailed during their departure from the mainland. The change was gradual at first, barely noticeable except as a slight chill that might have been attributed to sea breezes or natural variations in weather patterns. But as they drew closer to their destination, the cold deepened with each mile traveled until it became a bone-penetrating presence that seemed to leach warmth from their bodies faster than magical heating charms could restore it. The emotional effects began shortly after the temperature change became noticeable, manifesting initially as a vague sense of unease that might have been dismissed as natural nervousness about visiting such a notorious facility. But this minor discomfort gradually intensified into something approaching dread, a growing conviction that they were approaching something fundamentally wrong with the natural order, something that should not exist in a world that aspired to justice and compassion. When the island finally came into view through the grey mists that seemed to perpetually surround it, the sight struck the visitors with an impact that transcended mere visual impression to become a physical blow to their psychological equilibrium. The fortress rose from its rocky foundation like a monument to despair itself, its dark stones seeming to absorb rather than reflect the dim light that filtered through the ever-present clouds. The structure appeared larger than the official architectural plans had suggested, its walls looming with a presence that seemed to press down on observers like a physical weight. But it was not the imposing nature of the architecture that affected Diggory and his companions most profoundly. Many wizarding buildings were designed to inspire awe or intimidation through their scale and grandeur. What distinguished Azkaban was the quality of wrongness that emanated from it like heat from a fire, a sense that this place violated fundamental principles of what buildings should be and what purposes they should serve. The fortress felt actively malevolent in ways that went beyond its grim appearance to suggest that something essential about its nature was opposed to human well-being and happiness. The Dementors became visible as they approached the island's dock, gliding through the corridors and along the walls of the fortress with movements that combined grace and menace in equal measure. Even at a distance, their presence was immediately recognizable through the intensification of the cold and despair that had been building during the voyage. These creatures were not simply inhabitants of the prison, but integral components of its function, living extensions of its purpose that transformed incarceration from mere confinement into something approaching spiritual destruction. The landing at the island's small harbor was accomplished in near total silence, as none of the visitors felt capable of normal conversation while under the influence of so many Dementors concentrated in such a small area. The words that were spoken were brief and practical, focused on the immediate requirements of disembarking and organizing their inspection tour. Even these minimal communications felt strained and artificial, as if the natural human impulses towards social interaction were being systematically suppressed by environmental forces beyond their control. The interior of the fortress exceeded even the most pessimistic expectations that Diggory had formed based on the disturbing hints he had received from previous visitors. The corridors were lined with cells that contained prisoners in various states of psychological and physical deterioration. Men and women who had been reduced to shadows of their former selves through prolonged exposure to Dementor influence. Some sat in corners of their cells, rocking back and forth while whispering incoherently to themselves. Others lay motionless on crude bedding, staring at nothing with eyes that seemed to have lost all capacity for focus or recognition. The most disturbing aspect of these encounters was not the obvious suffering of the prisoners, but their complete lack of response to the presence of visitors who might represent some hope of contact with the outside world. These individuals had been so thoroughly broken by their experiences that they no longer seemed to register external stimuli that did not directly threaten their physical survival. They showed no curiosity about who their visitors might be, no interest in attempting communication, no sign that they retained any connection to the identities they had possessed before their imprisonment. The conditions in which these prisoners existed were appalling, even by the minimal standards that might be expected in a facility designed for punishment rather than rehabilitation. The cells were small, damp chambers carved from the living rock of the island, with no furnishings beyond crude sleeping pallets and basic sanitation facilities. There was no heating beyond what body warmth could provide, no lighting except what filtered through small barred openings, no provision for exercise or meaningful activity that might help maintain physical or mental health during long periods of confinement. But the physical hardships, severe though they were, paled in significance compared to the psychological torture that constant Dementor exposure represented. The prisoners were subjected to relentless feeding that stripped away their capacity for positive emotions, while forcing them to relive their worst memories with vivid intensity. This process continued 24 hours a day without respite, as Dementors required no rest and felt no compassion that might lead them to moderate their feeding behavior for the sake of their victims' welfare. The prison's administrative records, what few existed given the minimal human oversight that the Dementor guard system required, painted a statistical picture that was almost as disturbing as the direct observation of conditions within the facility. The death rate among prisoners was extraordinarily high, with most inmates surviving less than 5 years regardless of the length of their original sentences. These deaths were not typically the result of violence or accident, but of what medical records euphemistically described as despair-related complications, the gradual shutdown of biological functions that occurred. When psychological trauma exceeded the body's capacity to maintain basic life processes, the graveyard that had been established on the island to accommodate these casualties was a sprawling field of unmarked graves that stretched across nearly a quarter of the available land area. The sheer number of burial sites provided stark testimony to the human cost of the prison system, representing not just individual tragedies, but a systematic process of destruction that had consumed thousands of lives over the decades since the facility's establishment. The graves themselves were crude affairs, shallow excavations marked only by rough stones that bore prisoner numbers rather than names, as if even in death these individuals were denied the dignity of personal identity. The Dementors had been responsible for the burial process, as human gravediggers could not function effectively in their presence for the extended periods that such work would require. This meant that the interments were conducted without ceremony, religious observance, or any acknowledgement of the lives that had been lost beyond the simple practical requirement of disposing of bodies that were no longer breathing. The graveyard represented the ultimate expression of the system's dehumanizing effects, reducing human beings to problems of waste disposal that could be handled with minimal administrative burden. Diggory's inspection of the medical facilities revealed conditions that would have been considered inadequate for the treatment of animals, let alone human beings who retained legal rights despite their criminal convictions. The infirmary consisted of a single chamber, equipped with a few crude beds and basic medical supplies, staffed by a single healer who visited the island once monthly to address whatever emergencies had arisen since his previous visit. This individual, visibly traumatized by his regular exposure to Dementor influence, could provide only the most basic care and was obviously struggling with his own psychological deterioration from repeated contact with the concentrated despair that permeated the facility. The food service arrangements were equally minimal, consisting of simple porridge and bread delivered to cells by magical means that avoided the need for human contact between prisoners and staff. The quality and quantity of these provisions were sufficient to maintain life but provided no consideration for nutrition, taste, or the psychological benefits that might come from varied diet or communal dining experiences. Meals were eaten in isolation, in silence, under the constant influence of creatures whose presence made even basic physical pleasure impossible to experience. The complete absence of educational, vocational, or recreational programs reflected the fundamental philosophy that underlay the prison's operation, that inmates were not human beings whose lives might be improved through constructive intervention, but sources of food for the blank. Dementors whose primary value lay in their capacity to generate the suffering that sustained the facility's guards. There were no libraries, no workshops, no opportunities for prisoners to maintain skills or develop new ones that might aid in their eventual reintegration into society. The assumption was that most would never leave the island alive, and those who did would be so psychologically damaged as to pose no further threat to public safety. The inspection team's visit lasted only 6 hours, but by the time they prepared to depart, every member was visibly affected by the concentrated despair that permeated the facility. Their Patronus charms, which had provided some protection during the initial stages of their visit, had become increasingly difficult to maintain as their exposure to Dementor influence accumulated. The chocolate that they consumed provided only temporary relief from the overwhelming sense of hopelessness that had gradually built up in their consciousness, like a psychological toxin. The return voyage to the mainland was conducted in almost complete silence, as each member of the inspection team struggled to process what they had witnessed and regain some measure of emotional equilibrium. The natural human tendency to rationalize disturbing experiences, to find explanations that would make them more bearable or acceptable, seemed to have been overwhelmed by the sheer scale of systematic cruelty that they had observed. The sight of so many human beings reduced to broken shells of their former selves, the knowledge that this process was continuing every day without oversight or intervention, the recognition that this system operated with full legal authority and public support, these realizations challenged fundamental assumptions about justice and civilization that were difficult to reconcile with continued faith in the public support. Moral legitimacy of magical government. Diggory's immediate response to the inspection was to call for emergency meetings with ministry officials responsible for prison administration, magical law enforcement, and public health policy. His reports of conditions at Azkaban were received with a mixture of skepticism and uncomfortable recognition by officials who had preferred not to examine too closely the methods by which the prison achieved its celebrated security. Record. Some questioned whether the minister's account might have been colored by emotional distress that could have distorted his perception of what were, after all, standard operating procedures that had been legally established and successfully implemented for decades. But others, particularly those who had visited the island themselves on official business, acknowledged that Diggory's descriptions matched their own suppressed memories of conditions that they had found too disturbing to report in detail. These officials had learned to focus on administrative metrics, escape rates, cost per prisoner, security incident reports, rather than the human reality that those statistics represented. Confronted with a minister who was unwilling to accept such comfortable abstractions, they were forced to acknowledge that the system's efficiency was purchased through methods that violated basic principles of human dignity and proportionate punishment. The committee that Diggory established to explore alternatives to the current prison system was composed of experts in magical law, creature behavior, institutional design, and medical ethics who were tasked with developing recommendations that could maintain public safety while eliminating the systematic cruelty that characterized conditions at Azkaban. Their initial meetings were dominated by discussions of the practical challenges that any reform effort would face. As the Dementor population at the island had grown substantially since the prison's establishment and could not be simply dismissed like human guards who had served their purpose, the creature behavior specialists warned that attempting to relocate the Dementors would likely result in their dispersal throughout the wizarding world, where they would seek out new sources of despair to feed upon while reproducing in any locations that provided suitable conditions for their multiplication. The concentrated population that existed at Azkaban was manageable precisely because it was isolated and contained, but dispersed Dementors would pose threats to civilian populations that could exceed even the harm being done to prisoners under the current system. The medical experts provided testimony about the long-term effects of Dementor exposure that painted an even bleaker picture of the prison's impact than Diggory's personal observations had suggested. Their research indicated that virtually all prisoners who spent more than 2 years at Azkaban suffered permanent psychological damage that made normal social functioning impossible, even if they were eventually released. The feeding process gradually destroyed not just the capacity for happiness, but the neurological structures that supported memory formation, personality development, and basic cognitive function. The legal scholars examined the precedents that had been established by decades of Dementor-supervised imprisonment, identifying numerous cases where sentences that were intended to be temporary had effectively become permanent through the psychological destruction of prisoners who were no longer capable of benefiting from eventual release. They documented instances where individuals had served their complete terms but remained at Azkaban because their families were unable or unwilling to accept responsibility for caring for the hollow shells that had been returned to them. The institutional design experts attempted to develop alternative models for magical imprisonment that could provide adequate security while eliminating the systematic psychological torture that characterized the current system. Their proposals included conventional guard systems supplemented by magical security measures, remote monitoring technologies that could track released prisoners without requiring continued confinement, and rehabilitation programs that might address the underlying causes of criminal behavior rather than simply inflicting punishment that served no constructive purpose. But these reform proposals faced immediate opposition from ministry officials who were concerned about the financial costs of implementing new systems and the political risks of appearing weak on criminal justice issues. The savings that Azkaban provided to the ministry budget had become integral to funding other government programs, and any alternative that required human guards, facility maintenance, or rehabilitation programs would represent a substantial increase in correctional expenses that would require either tax increases or budget cuts in other areas. More fundamentally, the committee's work was hampered by a philosophical divide about the purpose of imprisonment that reflected broader disagreements within magical society about justice and punishment. Some members believed that the primary goal should be protecting public safety through whatever means proved most effective, regardless of the impact on prisoners who had forfeited their rights to humane treatment through their criminal acts. Others argued that maintaining civilized standards of punishment was essential to preserving the moral authority that made magical government legitimate, and that systematic cruelty ultimately corrupted not just its immediate victims but the entire society that tolerated it. The debate was complicated by practical considerations about how to manage the existing Dementor population if the current system were changed. Unlike human guards who could be transferred to other positions or retired with pensions, Dementors could not be simply dismissed from their duties without creating new problems that might prove even worse than the conditions they were meant to address. The creatures had multiplied substantially during their decades at Azkaban, feeding on the concentrated suffering that the prison provided while reproducing in the ideal environment that systematic despair had created. Public opinion, to the extent that it was informed about conditions at Azkaban, was divided along similar lines to the expert debates within the ministry. Many magical citizens viewed the prison's perfect security record as evidence that harsh methods were both necessary and effective, pointing to the complete absence of escape attempts or security breaches as proof that Dementor guards served legitimate public safety purposes. They argued that criminals who had chosen to violate magical law had forfeited their rights to comfortable treatment, and that society's resources were better spent protecting law-abiding citizens than reforming individuals who had demonstrated their unwillingness to respect social standards. But others, particularly those with family members who had been imprisoned at Azkaban or who had encountered former prisoners after their release, began to question whether the system's efficiency justified its human costs. They spoke of relatives who had returned from the island as barely recognizable shadows of their former selves, individuals whose capacity for normal human relationships had been destroyed by exposure to systematic despair. These voices remained relatively quiet during public discussions, as admitting connection to someone who had been imprisoned at Azkaban carried social stigma that made open advocacy for prison reform politically risky. The medical community within magical society was particularly divided, as healers who had treated former Azkaban prisoners possessed first-hand knowledge of the lasting damage that Dementor exposure caused, but were also bound by professional obligations to respect patient confidentiality that limited their ability to speak publicly about specific cases. Their professional journals contained carefully worded articles that discussed general principles of treating despair-related psychological trauma without directly criticizing the prison system that had caused such widespread and severe mental health problems. The religious and ethical leaders within magical society found themselves struggling with questions that challenged fundamental assumptions about justice, mercy, and the proper relationship between individual punishment and collective security. Traditional magical ethics emphasized the importance of proportionate response to wrongdoing, but the systematic psychological destruction that occurred at Azkaban seemed to exceed any reasonable relationship to the crimes that had resulted in imprisonment there. The concept of redemption, which was central to most magical spiritual traditions, became meaningless in a system where prisoners were systematically stripped of the psychological capacity for growth or change. The international magical community was beginning to take notice of conditions at Azkaban, as reports of the prison's methods spread through diplomatic channels and academic exchanges between magical governments. Some countries had begun to express concern about extradition requests from magical Britain, questioning whether sending prisoners to face Dementor guards constituted a violation of international agreements about humane treatment of accused criminals. These diplomatic pressures added another layer of complexity to domestic debates about prison reform, as maintaining good relationships with other magical governments required attention to international standards that were increasingly at odds with British practices. The committee's final report, delivered to Minister Diggory after nearly a year of investigation and debate, presented a stark assessment of the moral and practical problems created by the current prison system. The document confirmed that conditions at Azkaban constituted systematic torture that violated fundamental principles of proportionate punishment while providing no meaningful benefits in terms of deterrence, rehabilitation, or public safety beyond simple incapacitation of prisoners through psychological destruction. The report recommended immediate action to begin transitioning away from Dementor guards toward more conventional prison management that would maintain security while eliminating the systematic cruelty that characterized the current system. The proposed reforms included substantial investment in new facilities, training programs for human guards, medical care for prisoners suffering from Dementor-related psychological damage, and rehabilitation programs that might help some inmates eventually return to productive roles in magical society. But before these recommendations could be seriously considered, let alone implemented, Minister Diggory succumbed to dragonpox, a magical disease that proved resistant to available treatments, and claimed his life within weeks of the committee report's completion. His death eliminated the primary political force driving prison reform efforts and created an opportunity for opponents of change to argue that the current system, whatever its flaws, provided stability and security that should not be sacrificed for idealistic reforms that might prove impractical or dangerous. The minister who succeeded Diggory was Ferris Spavin, whose political philosophy aligned much more closely with that of Damocles' role than with the humanitarian concerns that had motivated the push for prison reform. Spavin viewed the committee report as evidence of misguided sentiment that prioritized the comfort of criminals over the safety of law-abiding magical citizens. His first act regarding Azkaban was to order substantial improvements to the facility's security infrastructure, reinforcing the magical barriers that contained the Dementor population while upgrading the transportation systems that delivered prisoners to the island. The reforms that Diggory had envisioned were quietly abandoned, their recommendations filed away in ministry archives where they would remain largely forgotten for decades. The committee members who had worked to develop alternatives to the current system found their expertise no longer valued by the new administration, their concerns about systematic cruelty dismissed as politically motivated attempts to appear sympathetic to criminals at the expense of public safety. The graveyard on Azkaban continued to expand as new prisoners arrived to replace those who had died of despair. The cycle of suffering and death that had characterized the facility since its establishment continuing without meaningful intervention or oversight. The Dementors glided through the corridors with their usual silent efficiency, feeding on the concentrated anguish that human cruelty had provided them while reproducing in the perfect environment that systematic injustice had created for their multiplication. And in the cold waters of the North Sea, the island fortress stood as monument to choices made in fear and maintained through willful blindness to their consequences. A place where justice had been perverted into vengeance, and where the very concept of proportionate punishment had been abandoned in favor of systematic spiritual destruction that served no purpose beyond feeding the creatures that magical society had chosen to employ as agents of its collective rage. The stone walls of Azkaban had witnessed countless tragedies during the centuries of its operation, but few stories were as heartbreaking as that of Percival Dumbledore, whose imprisonment there would shape not only his own fate, but the destiny of his entire family, in ways that would echo through generations of wizarding history. The year 1875 brought with it a series of events that would demonstrate how quickly a life of respectability and quiet contentment could be destroyed by circumstances beyond any individual's control, and how the harsh justice of Azkaban could punish not just the guilty but entire families who bore no responsibility for the crimes that had been committed. Percival Dumbledore had been a man of modest means but considerable dignity, working as a minor official in the Ministry's Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, while maintaining a comfortable home for his wife Kendra and their 3 children, Albus, Aberforth, and 6-year-old Ariana. His life had followed the patterns that characterized respectable middle-class wizarding families of the era, built around steady employment, community involvement, and the careful nurturing of magical children who would someday take their places in the established order of wizarding society. But respectability and careful planning proved inadequate protection against the random cruelty that could shatter lives without warning or justice. The 3 Muggle boys who attacked young Ariana Dumbledore during what should have been an innocent afternoon of play were driven by the kind of mindless hatred that thrived in ignorance and found its expression through violence against Heimland, those who were different or vulnerable. Their assault on the child was not merely physical but psychological, involving humiliations and torments that left lasting scars on a young mind that had barely begun to understand its own magical nature. The trauma that Ariana suffered during this attack would have been devastating enough if it had been limited to a single terrible experience that could be survived and eventually overcome through time and healing. But the damage went deeper than surface wounds or temporary fear, creating fundamental disruptions in her magical development that transformed her from a normal, happy child into something approaching a human bomb whose uncontrolled magical emissions would threaten the safety of everyone around her for the rest of her tragically shortened life. The phenomenon that Ariana experienced, though not yet understood by magical medicine of the 1870s, would later be recognized as the creation of an obscurus, a dark magical force that developed when young witches and wizards were forced to suppress their natural magical abilities through trauma, abuse, or systematic oppression. The magical energy that should have been channeled through normal childhood development instead became twisted and corrupted, creating an internal parasite that fed on its host's life force while periodically exploding outward in destructive displays that could level buildings and kill innocent bystanders. Percival's response to learning of the attack on his daughter was immediate and completely understandable to anyone who had ever felt parental love and protective instincts. The rage that consumed him upon seeing his child's condition, upon understanding what had been done to her by boys who should have been her playmates rather than her tormentors, was the natural reaction of a father whose most precious responsibility had been violated by others. But the actions he took while under the influence of this rage would prove to be both entirely human and completely catastrophic for his family's future. The 3 Muggle boys who had attacked Ariana were not difficult to locate, as their crime had taken place in broad daylight in a small community where everyone knew everyone else's children and business. Percival found them within hours of discovering what they had done to his daughter, and what followed was not a measured application of appropriate punishment, but an explosion of paternal fury that left all three boys hospitalized with injuries that would have been difficult to explain through conventional means. The magic that Percival used against his daughter's attackers was not the carefully controlled spellwork of a trained ministry official, but the raw, emotional casting of someone whose rational mind had been overwhelmed by protective instincts that brooked no consideration of consequences or proportionality. The boys survived his assault, but they bore scars that would mark them for the remainder of their lives. Not just physical damage, but psychological trauma that would leave them forever changed by their encounter with forces they could not understand or forget. Under different circumstances, with different laws, and a different understanding of the relationship between magical and non-magical communities, Percival's actions might have been viewed with sympathy by authorities who understood the provocation that had driven him to violence. A father's desire to protect his injured child was universal and comprehensible, and the boys who had attacked Ariana had committed acts that would have warranted severe punishment under any civilized legal system, magical or otherwise. But the year 1875 was not a time when the wizarding world showed much tolerance for magical violence against muggles, regardless of the circumstances that might have motivated such actions. The International Statute of Secrecy was still relatively new, and magical governments throughout the world were hypervigilant about any incidents that might compromise the delicate balance they were trying to maintain between their hidden communities and the non-magical populations that by all surrounded them. Examples needed to be made of anyone who violated the statute, particularly when that violation involved the kind of obvious magical assault that would be difficult to explain away or cover up. The trial that followed Percival's arrest was conducted with the mechanical efficiency that characterized magical justice when political considerations outweighed individual circumstances. The evidence against him was overwhelming and undeniable. 3 Muggle boys bore injuries that could only have been caused by magical means, and witnesses had seen him in the area shortly before the attacks occurred. His wand showed recent use of magic that corresponded to the spells that had been employed against the victims, and his own confession eliminated any possibility of claiming mistaken identity or circumstantial evidence. But what made the trial particularly heartbreaking was not the certainty of conviction, but Percival's refusal to offer any defense that might have mitigated his sentence or provided context for his actions. When asked to explain why he had attacked the boys, he remained silent rather than revealing the truth about what they had done to his daughter. When pressed for details about his motivations or emotional state at the time of the assault, he simply stated that he had no excuse for his actions and was prepared to accept whatever punishment the court deemed appropriate. This silence was not born of guilt or shame about what he had done, but from a desperate calculation about what was best for his family's future survival. To defend his actions would have required explaining what had happened to Ariana, which would have meant revealing her condition to authorities who might have decided that an obscurial child posed too great a risk to be allowed to remain with her family. The choice he faced was between potentially reducing his own sentence through a plea for understanding and protecting his daughter from institutional intervention that might have separated her from everyone she loved. The sentence that was imposed reflected both the severity of his violations of the Statute of Secrecy and the court's frustration with his refusal to provide any explanation that might have justified leniency. Life imprisonment in Azkaban was harsh even by the standards of the time, but it served as a clear message that magical violence against Muggles would not be tolerated regardless of whatever personal grievances might have motivated such actions. Percival was taken directly from the courtroom to begin a sentence that everyone involved understood he would never survive to complete. The impact of this imprisonment extended far beyond Percival himself to encompass his entire family, whose lives were destroyed as thoroughly as if they had been the ones sentenced to face the Dementors. Kendra Dumbledore found herself alone with 3 children, including one whose magical condition required constant supervision and care that could not be provided by conventional means. The family's financial situation became desperate almost immediately, as Percival's ministry salary had been their primary source of income, and his criminal conviction made Kendra unemployable in most respectable wizarding occupations. But the financial hardships, severe though they were, paled in comparison to the social isolation that followed Percival's conviction and imprisonment. The wizarding community of the time showed little sympathy for the families of those who had violated the statute of secrecy, viewing them with suspicion and treating them as potential sources of further security breaches. Former friends and neighbors began to avoid the Dumbledore family, fearful that association with them might damage their own reputations or draw unwanted attention from ministry officials who were monitoring anyone connected to statute violations. The forced relocation to Godric's Hollow was both practical necessity and symbolic exile, as the family could no longer afford their previous home and needed to escape the constant scrutiny and whispered conversations that followed them wherever they went. The house they moved to was smaller and shabbier than their previous residence, but its primary advantage was isolation from the magical community that had rejected them and distance from those who might ask uncomfortable questions about Ariana's condition. Young Albus Dumbledore's response to his father's imprisonment would shape his character in ways that would influence his approach to justice and forgiveness throughout his long life. At 11 years old, he was mature enough to understand that his father had been sent to Azkaban for attacking Muggle children, but too young to grasp the full complexity of the circumstances that had motivated those attacks. The knowledge that his father was a prisoner in the most feared institution in the wizarding world created a burden of shame and confusion that would affect his relationships and self-perception for decades to come. The brilliant mind that would someday make Albus Dumbledore the most respected wizard of his generation was already evident during his Hogwarts years. But it was shaped by experiences that most of his classmates could never have imagined or understood. While other students worried about examinations and Quidditch matches, Albus carried the weight of knowing that his father was slowly dying in Dementor custody, while his sister's condition made normal family life impossible and dangerous. The academic achievements that marked his school career were driven partly by natural intellectual curiosity, but also by a desperate need to prove that he was different from his father, that the Dumbledore name could be associated with something other than criminal conviction and family disgrace. His friendship with Elphius Doge and other students who were willing to overlook his family background provided crucial emotional support during years when he might otherwise have become completely isolated from normal social interaction. But perhaps the most profound impact of Percival's imprisonment was on Albus's understanding of justice and the relationship between law and morality. The knowledge that his father had been sentenced to life in Azkaban for actions that were motivated by love and protective instinct, while his daughter's attackers faced no consequences for their cruelty, created a lifelong skepticism about the fairness of institutional authority and the wisdom of those who claim to speak for societal values. In the depths of Azkaban, Percival Dumbledore experienced the gradual destruction of everything that had once made his life meaningful, beginning with his memories of happiness and progressing through the systematic elimination of hope, dignity, and finally sanity itself. The Dementors that surrounded him fed constantly on the emotional reservoir that had sustained him through the early years of his imprisonment, his love for his family, his pride in his children's accomplishments, his faith that his sacrifice had protected them from worse fates. The letters that Kendra wrote to him during the first years of his confinement were returned unopened, not because prison regulations prevented their delivery, but because the Dementor's influence made it impossible for him to experience the positive emotions that such communications might have generated. Reading about his children's lives and achievements would have required accessing feelings of parental love and pride that had been systematically drained from his psychological repertoire, leaving behind only the capacity to experience regret, despair, and an overwhelming conviction that his actions had destroyed everything he had hoped to protect. The physical deterioration that accompanied his psychological decline followed patterns that were depressingly familiar to anyone who observed Azkaban prisoners over extended periods. The vital, dignified man who had entered the prison was gradually reduced to a hollow shell whose body continued to function while his mind retreated deeper into memories that provided no comfort and hopes that had been systematically eliminated. His hair turned white and began falling out in clumps. His skin became pale and translucent, and his eyes lost the focus and intelligence that had once made him a valued ministry employee and respected community member. But the cruelest aspect of his decline was not the loss of physical health, but the erosion of the very memories that had motivated his sacrifice in the first place. As years passed in Dementor custody, his recollections of Ariana's attack became vague and uncertain, no longer providing the emotional justification that had once made his suffering bearable. The image of his daughter's face grew dim in his memory. Her voice became impossible to recall. And eventually, even the knowledge that he had children at all began to seem like something he might have dreamed rather than actually experienced. The death that finally claimed him after nearly a decade of imprisonment was both merciful release and tragic waste, ending suffering that had served no constructive purpose while eliminating any possibility that he might someday be reunited with the family he had tried to protect. The records that documented his passing noted simply that prisoner number 437 had succumbed to despair-related complications on a cold February morning when even the North Sea winds seemed to mourn the loss of another soul to institutional cruelty. The unmarked grave that received his remains was indistinguishable from thousands of others that dotted the island's cemetery, a simple mound of earth that contained no identification beyond a number carved into rough stone. The man who had sacrificed everything for his daughter's safety was buried without ceremony, without family present to mourn his passing, without any acknowledgement of the love that had motivated his crimes or the nobility that had characterized his suffering. The ripple effects of Percival's story extended far beyond his immediate family to influence the broader trajectory of wizarding history in ways that would become apparent only decades later. His son Albus, shaped by the experience of watching institutional authority destroy his father for actions motivated by parental love, would develop the complex moral philosophy that would guide his own decisions during times of crisis and conflict. The understanding that good people could be destroyed by systems that claim to serve justice would make him both more compassionate toward individual human weakness and more skeptical of claims that harsh methods were necessary for societal protection. The case of Morfin Gaunt represented a different but equally tragic demonstration of how Azkaban's harsh justice could be manipulated by those with sufficient cunning to turn the prison's brutality against the innocent while escaping consequences for their own far worse crimes. The Gaunt family's descent from Salazar Slytherin had given them a legacy of magical power and pure-blood pride that had been corrupted over centuries of isolation and inbreeding into something that resembled nobility only in its capacity for casual cruelty and contempt for those they considered inferior. Morfin Gaunt's first encounter with magical law enforcement came as a result of his attack on Tom Riddle Sr., the handsome muggle who had attracted and then abandoned his sister Merope in what would prove to be one of the most consequential romantic relationships in wizarding history. The magic that Morfin used against the young man was not intended to cause permanent harm but to humiliate and frighten someone who had dared to reject a member of the Gaunt bloodline, even one whose magical abilities were minimal and whose appearance had been distorted by the family's long history of marrying within their own ranks. But the ministry officials who arrived to investigate reports of magical activity in the Muggle community surrounding Little Hangleton found a situation that was far more complex than a simple case of statute violation. The Gaunt household was a monument to pure-blood decay, where centuries of magical tradition had been reduced to squalid poverty and violent delusions of grandeur that posed ongoing threats to both magical secrecy and Muggle safety. The confrontation that erupted when Aurors attempted to arrest Morphin quickly escalated into a battle that demonstrated both the desperate pride of a family that had nothing left but their magical heritage and the systematic violence that characterized their approach to anyone who challenged their perceived superiority. Marvolo Gaunt, despite his advanced age and deteriorating health, fought alongside his son with magic that drew upon bloodline abilities that had been refined through centuries of careful breeding and obsessive practice. The magic they employed was not the controlled spellwork of properly trained wizards, but the raw, instinctive casting of individuals whose entire identity was built around their capacity for magical violence. They fought with curses that had been passed down through generations of dark wizards, techniques that were designed not merely to defeat opponents, but to cause maximum suffering while demonstrating the superiority that they claimed over anyone who lacked their ancient magical bloodline. The battle's outcome was never seriously in doubt, as two elderly wizards living in isolation could not hope to prevail against trained Aurors equipped with modern magical law enforcement techniques and supported by the full resources of the Ministry. But the Gaunts' defeat was purchased at a cost that reflected both their desperate fury and their willingness to use any means available to avoid the humiliation of surrender to those they considered their inferiors. Morphin's sentence of 3 years in Azkaban was considered relatively moderate given the severity of his attack on a Muggle and his violent resistance to arrest, but it reflected judicial understanding that he was more pathetic than truly dangerous. A product of generations of isolation and inbreeding whose capacity for causing real harm was limited by his own physical and mental deterioration. The hope was that exposure to Dementor influence might break his delusions of superiority while deterring him from future violations of magical law. But Azkaban proved to be exactly the wrong environment for someone whose psychological stability was already compromised by the accumulated damage of centuries of pure blood obsession and family dysfunction. Rather than being reformed by his experience of imprisonment, Morphin was further broken by exposure to creatures whose feeding methods amplified every negative trait while eliminating whatever small capacity for growth or change might have remained in his damaged psyche. The 3 years he spent in Dementor custody were characterized by progressive deterioration that went beyond the normal effects of Azkaban imprisonment to encompass the complete collapse of whatever rational thought processes had survived. His family's legacy of madness and isolation. The pride that had once motivated his violence was replaced by paranoid delusions about persecution and conspiracy, while his already limited capacity for distinguishing between reality and fantasy was eliminated entirely through constant exposure to creatures that fed on sanity itself. His release from prison was less liberation than merely a change of location for someone who had been so thoroughly broken by institutional brutality that freedom held no meaning or value. The man who returned to the ruins of the Gaunt household bore little resemblance to the one who had been taken away. Reduced to a hollow shell whose capacity for independent thought or meaningful action had been systematically destroyed through methods that served no purpose beyond satisfying societal desire for revenge. The isolation of the following years was both punishment and mercy, as Morphin's condition made normal social interaction impossible, while his location in the decaying Gaunt house protected the wider wizarding community from exposure to the madness that had consumed what remained of his personality. He existed in a twilight state between life and death, sustained by magical heritage that kept his body functioning while his mind retreated deeper into fantasies that provided the only refuge from memories too terrible to confront directly. It was in this vulnerable condition that he became the perfect tool for Tom Riddle's first experiment in framing others for murders that he had committed himself. A demonstration of how institutional cruelty could be exploited by those with sufficient intelligence and moral flexibility to turn the system's brutality to their own advantage. The young man who would become Lord Voldemort understood instinctively that broken prisoners like Morphin represented resources that could be manipulated without risk of exposure or meaningful resistance. The murders of Tom Riddle Sr. and his parents were committed with magic that was deliberately chosen to implicate Morphin rather than reflecting Voldemort's own preferences or signature techniques. The curses used were ones that the Gaunt family was known to favor. Cast with a wand that belonged to Morphin and performed in a manner that would leave magical traces pointing clearly toward the obvious suspect rather than the actual perpetrator. The memory modification that followed was almost insultingly simple, requiring only basic legilimency skills to implant false recollections in a mind that had been so thoroughly damaged by Dementor exposure that it could no longer distinguish between actual experiences and suggested alternatives. Morphin's acceptance of responsibility for murders he had never committed was not the result of sophisticated magical compulsion, but simply the natural response of someone whose grasp on reality had been systematically destroyed through institutional cruelty. The confession that sealed his fate was delivered with the flat, emotionless tone that characterized advanced stages of Dementor-induced psychological damage, lacking the passion or detail that might have been expected from someone who had actually committed such violent crimes. But the investigating auras, faced with a suspect whose family history and previous convictions made guilt seem inevitable, saw only confirmation of what they had expected to find, rather than evidence of the sophisticated frame that had actually occurred. Morphin's second sentence to Azkaban was effectively a death warrant delivered with legal formality, as his psychological condition made survival of extended Dementor exposure virtually impossible. The life sentence that was imposed reflected judicial understanding that he posed ongoing threats to public safety, but it also represented systemic failure to recognize that the threats he posed were themselves products of institutional brutality that had destroyed his capacity for rational thought or moral judgment. The years that followed were a prolonged exercise in destroying what little remained of a human being who had already been reduced to a shadow of normal existence through previous institutional torture. The Dementors fed on psychological resources that had been depleted during his first imprisonment, gradually eliminating even the delusional fantasies that had provided his only connection to any form of meaningful existence. By the time Albus Dumbledore discovered the truth about the Riddle murders through careful examination of Morphin's damaged memories, the man himself was beyond any possibility of meaningful rescue or rehabilitation. The evidence that proved his innocence existed only in the deepest recesses of a mind that had been so thoroughly violated by repeated exposure to Dementor feeding that extracting coherent memories required magical techniques that bordered on assault themselves. The irony of Dumbledore's discovery was that it came too late to save someone who had been destroyed by a justice system that had failed to recognize the difference between guilt and victimization, between punishment and torture, between protecting society and creating the very monsters that society feared. Morphin died in his Azkaban cell while Dumbledore was preparing evidence that might have secured his release, his death representing not just individual tragedy, but systemic failure that had claimed yet another victim of institutional cruelty, disguised as legal authority. The Longbottom torturers represented perhaps the most clear-cut case of individuals who deserved severe punishment for crimes that violated every standard of human decency and magical law. Bellatrix Lestrange, her husband Rodolphus, his brother Rabastan, and Barty Crouch Jr. had committed acts that went beyond simple murder or assault to encompass deliberate, systematic torture that had been designed to cause maximum suffering while extracting information that they believed their victims possessed. The Cruciatus curse that they had used on Frank and Alice Longbottom was not applied briefly or as a means to a practical end, but sustained over hours of careful, methodical torture that was intended to break their victims' minds as thoroughly as any physical assault could have broken their bodies. The psychological destruction that resulted was not an unintended consequence of harsh interrogation methods, but the deliberate goal of individuals who took pleasure in causing pain and who had been trained by their Dark Lord to view such pain as methods. Cruelty as expressions of magical superiority rather than violations of basic human dignity. The evidence against them was overwhelming and undeniable, consisting not just of witness testimony and magical traces, but their own proud admission of guilt when confronted with the consequences of their actions. They showed no remorse for what they had done, no recognition that their victims had been innocent people whose only crime was serving in opposition to the Death Eater cause, no acknowledgement that their methods had exceeded any reasonable standard of warfare or political resistance. The life sentences that were imposed upon all 4 conspirators were received with approval by a magical community that had been horrified by the systematic cruelty that had characterized the final stages of Voldemort's first reign of terror. Here were individuals whose crimes were so clear and whose guilt was so obvious that even the most ardent opponents of harsh punishment could find no grounds for arguing that mercy would serve justice or that rehabilitation might be possible for people who had demonstrated such complete moral corruption. But the reality of their imprisonment at Azkaban would prove to be far more complex than simple retribution for crimes that deserved severe punishment. The Dementors that fed upon them made no distinctions between different types of guilt or varying degrees of criminal culpability, treating all prisoners as equally valuable sources of the despair that sustained their existence and reproduction. Bellatrix Lestrange's fanatical devotion to Lord Voldemort, which had motivated her participation in the torture of the Longbottoms, became both her salvation and her torment during the long years of Dementor custody. Her obsessive love for her Dark Lord provided a core of identity that was powerful enough to resist complete psychological dissolution, but it also became the focus of the most intense feeding as Dementors were drawn to strong emotions, regardless of their moral character. The passionate devotion that had once driven her to commit atrocities became a source of exquisite suffering as Dementors fed upon it, draining away the very feelings that had given meaning to her existence while leaving behind only the memory of what that devotion had felt like before it was taken from her. She experienced her love for Voldemort being consumed piece by piece, day by day, until what had once been the central organizing principle of her life became nothing more than an intellectual memory of emotions she could no longer access or understand. The years passed in a twilight existence where she retained enough awareness to understand what she had lost while lacking the emotional capacity to feel appropriate grief for that loss. Her identity as Voldemort's most devoted follower remained intact in terms of memory and stated belief. But the passion that had once made that identity meaningful had been systematically stripped away through feeding processes that left her increasingly hollow and disconnected from the very cause that had motivated her crimes. Rodolphus and Rabastan Lestrange, bound together by family ties that had been forged through shared participation in Death Eater activities, experienced their imprisonment as gradual dissolution of the brotherhood that had sustained them through the darkest periods of their criminal careers. The loyalty they had felt toward each other, the shared pride in their pure-blood heritage, the satisfaction they had derived from demonstrating their magical superiority through violence, all of these bonds were severed through Dementor feeding that recognized no distinction between positive and negative emotions in its positive and negative emotions. Relentless consumption of human feeling. The physical proximity that prison architecture forced upon them became a source of additional torment as they watched each other's gradual deterioration, while being powerless to provide comfort or support that might have made their suffering more bearable. They could observe the progressive destruction of family members whose welfare had once mattered to them, but the emotional connections that would have made such observation painful or meaningful had been eliminated through exposure to creatures that fed on the very foundations of human relationship. Barty Crouch Jr.'s experience of Azkaban was complicated by his youth and the particular psychological vulnerabilities that had made him susceptible to Death Eater recruitment in the first place. His participation in the Longbottom torture had been motivated less by genuine commitment to Voldemort's cause than by desperate need for approval and belonging that his relationship with his father had never provided, making him simultaneously more sympathetic as an individual and more tragic as a victim of circumstances beyond his complete understanding or control. The Dementors that surrounded him fed upon psychological needs that were fundamental to human development: the desire for acceptance, the hope for meaningful relationships, the faith that his actions could earn the respect and affection that his father had withheld. These were not the mature political convictions of an adult who had chosen evil after careful consideration of alternatives, but the confused emotional needs of someone who had never learned to distinguish between love and manipulation, between loyalty and exploitation. The systematic elimination of these needs through Dementor feeding left him in a state that was arguably worse than simple madness. Stripped of the very psychological drives that might have motivated recovery or growth, while retaining enough intellectual capacity to understand the magnitude of what he had lost. He existed in a limbo between childhood and adulthood, between victim and perpetrator, between sanity and madness, belonging fully to none of these categories while being defined entirely by the absence of what had been taken from him. The revelation of his survival and escape from Azkaban, when it finally came during the events surrounding the Triwizard Tournament, would demonstrate how completely the prison experience had destroyed whatever capacity for normal human development he might once have possessed. The man who emerged from years of Dementor custody was not someone who had been reformed or deterred by his experience of punishment, but a damaged individual whose exposure to institutional cruelty had eliminated any possibility of redemption or rehabilitation. In the cold waters of the North Sea, the island prison continued its grim work of destroying human souls while claiming to serve justice, creating victims whose suffering exceeded any reasonable relationship to their crimes while providing no meaningful benefit to the society that had sanctioned such systematic cruelty. The Dementors glided through corridors filled with broken prisoners, feeding on despair that had been created through legal processes while reproducing in the perfect environment that institutional sadism had provided for their multiplication and growth. The escape of Barty Crouch Jr. from Azkaban represented not merely a failure of the prison's supposedly perfect security, but a masterclass in the kind of desperate ingenuity that could flourish when love confronted the absolute. Horror of watching someone precious being destroyed by institutional cruelty. The plan that would eventually free him from Dementor custody was born not from criminal ambition or political calculation, but from the anguished heart of a mother who could not bear to watch her son's gradual annihilation in the most feared prison in the wizarding world. Mrs. Crouch had never been a woman of particular strength or independence, having lived her entire adult life in the shadow of her husband's political ambitions and public career. She was the kind of wife that ambitious ministry officials of her generation, typically married, well-bred, socially connected, attractive enough to be an asset at official functions but not so beautiful as to be distracting, intelligent enough to manage a household and entertain important guests but not so brilliant as to overshadow her husband's achievements. Her identity had been defined almost entirely through her relationships with the men in her life, first her father and then her husband, with her maternal role providing the only sphere where she had been allowed to exercise independent judgment or emotional expression. But the trial and conviction of her son had shattered the comfortable boundaries of her carefully constructed life, forcing her to confront questions about love, loyalty, and moral responsibility that her sheltered existence had never required her to consider. Watching Barty Jr. being sentenced to life in Azkaban for his participation in the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom had been devastating enough, but the knowledge of what awaited him in Dementor custody added layers of horror that threatened to destroy her sanity as thoroughly as the prison would destroy his. The first year of his imprisonment was characterized by her desperate attempts to maintain some form of connection with her son through the limited channels that prison regulations allowed. She wrote letters that she knew would never be delivered, as Dementor influence made it impossible for prisoners to experience the positive emotions that correspondence from loved ones might generate. She attempted to visit the island, only to be turned away by ministry officials who explained that family visits were not permitted because they would interfere with the therapeutic effects of complete isolation and Dementor supervision. But it was the gradual recognition of her own terminal illness that transformed Mrs. Crouch from passive victim of circumstances into active agent of her son's salvation. The diagnosis of the wasting disease that would claim her life within months created both urgency and opportunity, providing a deadline that focused her desperate energies while offering possibilities that might not have existed under different circumstances. If she was going to die anyway, then perhaps her death could serve a purpose that would justify the pain and fear that had consumed her life since her son's conviction. The plan that she developed, with the reluctant assistance of her husband whose own anguish over their son's fate had begun to overcome his rigid adherence to legal procedure and political necessity, was audacious in its simplicity and heartbreaking in its implications. The ministry regulations that governed prisoner visitation included provisions for deathbed visits, allowing terminally ill family members to see condemned prisoners one final time before their deaths. These visits were intended as acts of mercy, final opportunities for reconciliation and closure that might provide some comfort to both the dying and the imprisoned. But Mrs. Crouch saw in these regulations not mercy but opportunity, a chance to transform the system's own provisions into tools for subverting its fundamental purpose. If she could gain access to her son under the cover of a deathbed visit, if she could bring with her the materials necessary for identity exchange, then perhaps the very compassion that had motivated the visiting policies could be turned against the institution that had created them. The polyjuice potion that would make the deception possible required ingredients that were difficult to obtain and dangerous to brew, particularly for someone whose magical education had focused on domestic skills rather than advanced potion work. But desperation provided motivation that overcame technical limitations, and the months she spent preparing the necessary materials became a crash course in magical techniques that she had never imagined she would need to master. The most difficult aspect of the preparation was not technical, but psychological, requiring her to accept that success would mean not just her own death, but the deliberate assumption of her son's identity during his imprisonment. She would die in his place, serving his sentence while he escaped to whatever freedom could be found in a world where his face was known to every Auror, and his crimes were remembered by every member of the wizarding community who had lived through Voldemort's first reign of terror. The ethical implications of what she was planning troubled her during the long nights when she prepared potions and practiced the wand work that would be necessary for the identity switch to succeed. Her son was guilty of the crimes for which he had been convicted, and his victims deserved justice that would be denied if he escaped the consequences of his actions. But maternal love proved stronger than abstract moral principles, and the knowledge that he was being tortured by creatures whose feeding methods exceeded any reasonable definition of proportionate punishment provided justification that satisfied her anguished conscience. The final visit to Azkaban was arranged through official channels, with Barty Crouch Sr. using his position within the ministry to expedite the necessary permits and transportation arrangements. The irony of using his authority as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to facilitate his son's escape was not lost on him. But political principles seemed less important than family loyalty when confronted with the reality of watching his child be destroyed through methods that served no constructive purpose. The journey to the island was conducted in the same small ministry boat that transported prisoners to their confinement, a vessel that had been specifically designed to prevent escape attempts through magical means. The protective charms that surrounded it were intended to contain dangerous criminals during transport, but they also served to conceal the activities of passengers who were planning activities that might have attracted unwanted attention from magical law enforcement. Mrs. Crouch's physical condition during the voyage was genuinely deteriorating, as the stress of planning the escape attempt had accelerated the progression of her terminal illness in ways that made her cover story more convincing than any amount of acting could have achieved. She was obviously dying, clearly suffering from the kind of wasting disease that claimed many magical people despite the best efforts of healers at Street, Mungo's, and her desperate desire to see her son one final time seemed entirely natural to the guards who supervised her visit. The reunion with Barty Jr. in his cell was brief and conducted under the watchful presence of dementors whose feeding had already begun to affect both visitors and prisoner before any words were exchanged. The cold that permeated the fortress was more intense than anything Mrs. Crouch had experienced during her sheltered life, and the despair that seemed to emanate from the very stones made even simple conversation feel like an enormous effort that required more energy than her failing body possessed. But the emotional reunion between mother and son provided perfect cover for the more practical activities that were the true purpose of the visit. The polyjuice potion that Mrs. Crouch had brewed was administered to both herself and her son in doses that had been carefully calculated to provide sufficient transformation time while minimizing the risk of detection through magical analysis that might be conducted if guards became suspicious of their activities. The transformation itself was more disorienting than either of them had anticipated, involving not just changes in physical appearance but alterations in voice, mannerisms, and even scent that were necessary for the deception to withstand the kind of close scrutiny that prison security required. Mrs. Crouch found herself inhabiting her son's body while retaining her own consciousness and memories, creating a psychological disconnect that was profoundly unsettling even during the brief period required for the escape. But the most crucial aspect of the plan was not the physical transformation, but the careful exchange of clothing and personal items that would convince casual observation that nothing unusual had occurred during the visit. The prison robes that Barty Jr. had worn during his confinement were transferred to his mother, while the visitor's clothes that she had worn to the island were given to him, along with the identification documents that would be necessary for his departure. The psychological state that would make the deception possible was already present in both participants, as Mrs. Crouch's terminal illness and Barty Jr.'s imprisonment had left them in conditions that were similar enough to confuse creatures whose perception was based on emotional emanation rather than physical appearance. Both were dying, though through different means and over different timescales, and both were experiencing the kind of profound despair that made them attractive feeding targets for dementors who were interested primarily in the quantity and quality of suffering available rather than the specific identities of those who provided it. The departure from the island was conducted with the same routine efficiency that characterized all prisoner transport operations, with guards who were eager to minimize their own exposure to dementor influence hurrying through procedures that had been performed countless times before. The woman who left the island in visitors' clothing appeared to be Mrs. Crouch in obvious distress over her final meeting with her condemned son, while the prisoner who remained behind seemed to be Barty Jr., continuing his gradual deterioration under dementor supervision. But the success of the immediate deception was only the beginning of challenges that would test every aspect of the escape plan's viability. Barty Jr.'s freedom was conditional on his ability to maintain a false identity while avoiding detection by magical law enforcement agencies that were specifically trained to identify escaped prisoners and recapture them before they could commit additional crimes or disappear into the underground networks that supported fugitives from magical justice. The safe house that had been prepared for him was located in a remote area where Muggle neighbors were unlikely to ask uncomfortable questions about unusual activities or strange visitors. But isolation brought its own problems in terms of obtaining supplies and maintaining communication with the outside world. His father's position within the ministry provided some protection through advance warning of search operations and investigation priorities, but it also created risks that any contact between them might be detected by colleagues who were monitoring the activities of anyone connected to Death Eater cases. The psychological adjustment required for someone who had spent months in Dementor custody to function in the normal world proved to be more challenging than anyone had anticipated. The feeding that Barty Jr. had experienced during his imprisonment had stripped away emotional responses and cognitive patterns that were necessary for normal social interaction, leaving him capable of basic reasoning and memory, but unable to experience appropriate reactions to situations that should have generated fear, pleasure, anxiety, or satisfaction. This emotional flattening made him simultaneously easier and more difficult to conceal from discovery. On one hand, his lack of normal stress responses meant that he could maintain false identities and fabricated stories without displaying the nervous behavior that might attract attention from observant strangers. On the other hand, his inability to experience appropriate emotional reactions made his behavior seem artificial and unsettling to anyone who spent significant time in his presence. The imperious curse that his father eventually placed upon him was presented as a form of medical treatment, a way of providing external control and structure that could substitute for the internal emotional regulation that Dementor exposure had destroyed. But the cure was arguably worse than the condition it was meant to address, reducing Barty Jr. from damaged human being to controlled puppet whose actions were determined entirely by his father's will rather than his own choices. Under the influence of the curse, he existed in a twilight state between consciousness and unconsciousness. Aware of his surroundings and capable of following complex instructions, but unable to exercise independent judgment or experience genuine emotions about his circumstances. He became a living demonstration of how magical control could be used to eliminate the inconvenient aspects of human personality while preserving the useful functions that served others' purposes. Meanwhile, on Azkaban Island, Mrs. Crouch faced the gradual realization that her sacrifice had purchased her son's freedom at the cost of experiencing the same torture that she had sought to spare him from enduring. The Dementors that surrounded her made no distinction between her identity and that of the prisoner she had replaced, feeding on her despair with the same mechanical efficiency that they brought to all their victims. The irony of her situation was that the terminal illness that had made the escape possible also provided some protection against the worst effects of Dementor exposure. Her body was already failing through natural causes, meaning that the psychological damage that destroyed other prisoners could not inflict additional suffering beyond what her disease had already imposed. In some sense, she was dying on her own terms rather than at the Dementor's pace, maintaining a form of dignity and purpose even while experiencing torture that exceeded anything she had imagined when she conceived the escape plan. The knowledge that her son was free, though she could never be certain that the escape had succeeded or that he remained at liberty, provided a form of emotional sustenance that partially resisted Dementor feeding. The maternal love that had motivated her sacrifice retained enough power to shield some aspects of her consciousness from complete dissolution, creating a core of identity that persisted even as other aspects of her personality were systematically stripped away. But this protection was temporary and incomplete, and the weeks that followed her imprisonment were characterized by gradual deterioration that followed the same patterns observed in other prisoners who lacked the psychological resources necessary to resist Dementor influence. Indefinitely, her memories of her son's childhood, the pride she had felt in his early achievements, the hopes she had harbored for his future, all of these positive emotions became food for creatures whose hunger was insatiable and whose feeding methods recognized no distinction between genuine criminals and sacrificial substitutes. The death that finally claimed her was both merciful release and tragic waste, ending suffering that had served a purpose, while eliminating one of the few examples of purely selfless love that had ever been witnessed within Azkaban's walls. The guards who discovered her body noted simply that prisoner number 218 had succumbed to the combined effects of terminal illness and dementor exposure, a routine death that required no special investigation or administrative attention. The burial that followed was conducted according to standard prison procedures, with Mrs. Crouch's remains interred in the island's graveyard under the name and prisoner number that belonged to her son. The grave marker that was erected over her resting place identified her as Barty Crouch Jr., creating a permanent record that obscured the true nature of her sacrifice, while ensuring that her actual identity would be forgotten by everyone except the few individuals who had knowledge of the escape that her death had made possible. The success of the first escape from Azkaban remained unknown to the general wizarding public for years, as acknowledging that the prison's security had been breached would have required admitting that the supposedly perfect system had fundamental vulnerabilities that could be exploited by sufficiently motivated and resourceful prisoners. The official records continued to show Barty Crouch Jr. as an inmate who had died in custody, his death attributed to the same despair-related complications that claimed most long-term prisoners. But within the highest levels of the ministry, the knowledge that someone had successfully escaped from Azkaban created profound anxiety about the prison's security and the reliability of Dementor guards who had been assumed to be infallible. If one prisoner could escape through clever use of visiting privileges and identity substitution, then other escapes might be possible through methods that had not yet been discovered or anticipated. The case of Sirius Black represented a completely different approach to escaping Azkaban, one that exploited not human compassion or bureaucratic procedures, but fundamental limitations in Dementor perception that had never been properly understood or addressed by those who had designed the prison's security systems. Where Barty Crouch Jr.'s escape had required elaborate planning and willing accomplices, Sirius Black's freedom was achieved through innate magical abilities that he had possessed since childhood, but had never imagined might someday save his life. The animagus transformation that allowed Sirius to escape was not something he had developed specifically for that purpose, but a skill that he had acquired during his Hogwarts years as part of the tight-knit group of friends who had called themselves the Marauders. The ability to transform into a large black dog had been motivated initially by desire to accompany their friend Remus Lupin during his monthly werewolf transformations, providing companionship and supervision that would keep him safe while ensuring that his condition remained secret from school authorities who might have expelled him if his lycanthropy had been discovered. The years of practice that had been required to master the transformation had given Sirius complete control over the process, allowing him to shift between human and canine forms with ease and to maintain his human consciousness while inhabiting his animal body. These abilities had been developed and refined through countless nights of exploration around Hogwarts grounds, adventures that had required precise coordination between multiple animagi and had taught him to think and plan while in transformed state. But the most crucial aspect of his animagus ability, from the perspective of escaping Azkaban, was that it was unregistered with the ministry authorities who maintained official records of all legal animal transformations. The decision to keep their abilities secret had been motivated by the illegal nature of their activities at Hogwarts, as registered animagi would have faced questioning about their whereabouts during incidents that corresponded to their friends' werewolf transformations. This secrecy meant that the Dementors who guarded Azkaban had no knowledge that prisoner number 390 possessed the ability to transform into an animal form that their senses could not detect or track effectively. The security measures that had been designed to contain human prisoners were based on assumptions about human psychology and human magical abilities that became irrelevant when dealing with someone who could temporarily abandon human consciousness entirely. The psychological state that had allowed Sirius to survive 12 years in Azkaban without completely losing his sanity was itself crucial to his eventual escape. Though it represented a form of protection that was available only to someone with extraordinary strength of will and unshakable conviction in his own innocence. The knowledge that he had been falsely convicted, that he had never committed the crimes for which he was imprisoned, provided a core of identity that was resistant to Dementor feeding because it was based on objective truth rather than emotional attachment. Where other prisoners experienced the gradual erosion of their sense of self through prolonged exposure to creatures that fed on positive emotions and happy memories, Sirius found that his memories of innocence actually grew stronger under Dementor influence. The injustice of his situation became clearer rather than more confused as other aspects of his personality were stripped away, creating a foundation of anger and determination that could sustain him through experiences that destroyed prisoners whose guilt made them vulnerable to the despair that Dementors generated. But this psychological resilience came at enormous cost, requiring him to maintain emotional distance from memories and experiences that would normally provide comfort and meaning during times of extreme hardship. He could not allow himself to dwell on happy recollections of his friendship with James Potter or his role as godfather to Harry, because such positive emotions would have made him an attractive target for Dementor feeding that might have weakened his defenses enough to permit complete psychological collapse. Instead, he focused his consciousness on the single driving purpose that had sustained him throughout his imprisonment: the need to protect Harry Potter from the betrayal and danger that continued to surround him in the outside world. The knowledge that Peter Pettigrew remained free and might still pose threats to his godson provided motivation that was powerful enough to resist Dementor influence, while serving as constant reminder of why escape was necessary, rather than simply desirable. The decision to attempt escape was not made impulsively, but was the result of months of careful observation and planning that took advantage of his unique perspective as both prisoner and unregistered animagus. In his dog form, he could observe the routines and behavior patterns of his Dementor guards without attracting their attention or triggering their feeding responses, gaining intelligence about prison security that no human prisoner could have obtained safely. What he discovered through this covert surveillance was that Dementors were far more limited in their perceptual abilities than the ministry officials who employed them had realized or acknowledged. While they could sense human emotions and psychological states with extraordinary precision, they were essentially blind to animal consciousness that operated according to different emotional and cognitive patterns. A dog's mind, even one that contained human intelligence, was simply too different from human psychology for Dementors to recognize or track effectively. The physical challenges of escaping from the island prison were substantial, but not insurmountable for someone in animal form whose natural swimming ability was enhanced by desperate determination to reach safety. The waters that surrounded Azkaban were cold and dangerous, with currents that could sweep exhausted swimmers far from their intended destinations, but they were not magical barriers that could prevent passage by someone with sufficient strength and motivation to attempt the crossing. The transformation into dog form was accomplished during the darkest part of a winter night when Dementor activity was at its lowest ebb and guard attention was focused on the interior of the prison rather than potential escape attempts. That seemed impossible under the circumstances. The change from human to animal consciousness was both liberation and disorientation, eliminating the complex psychological patterns that made humans vulnerable to Dementor influence while reducing cognitive capacity in ways that made navigation and planning more difficult. But the trade-off was worth the risks involved, as the dog's heightened senses and natural swimming ability provided capabilities that his human form could never have matched. He could detect currents and navigate by scent in ways that would have been impossible while maintaining human consciousness. And his animal instincts provided motivation and endurance that transcended rational calculation about odds of survival or chances of successful escape. The swim from Azkaban to the mainland was an ordeal that tested every limit of physical and mental endurance, requiring him to maintain animal form while crossing waters that were rough enough to challenge experienced swimmers under ideal conditions. The transformation had eliminated his vulnerability to Dementor influence, but it could not protect him from cold, exhaustion, or the very real possibility that he might drown before reaching safety on the distant shore. But the knowledge that Harry Potter was in danger from threats that only he understood provided motivation that overcame physical limitations and rational fears about the risks involved in the escape attempt. The drive to protect his godson, combined with fury about the injustice that had cost him 12 years of freedom, generated emotional energy that sustained him through an ordeal that might have killed someone whose commitment was less absolute or whose purpose was less clear. The successful completion of the swim brought him to a remote stretch of coastline where his bedraggled appearance and obvious exhaustion would have attracted unwanted attention if he had resumed human form immediately. Instead, he maintained his dog transformation while traveling inland, using animal instincts to avoid populated areas while seeking shelter and sustenance that would restore his strength for the challenges that lay ahead. The discovery of his escape created panic within the ministry that exceeded any security crisis in recent memory, as the supposed impossibility of breaking out of Azkaban had been fundamental to public confidence in magical justice and institutional competence. The admission that a prisoner had successfully fled from Dementor custody required acknowledgement that the prison's security had fundamental vulnerabilities that had been overlooked by everyone responsible for its design and operation. The manhunt that followed was the largest in the history of magical law enforcement, involving hundreds of Aurors and ministry officials who were deployed throughout Britain and beyond in search of someone who was assumed to be extremely dangerous and motivated by desire for revenge against those who had been responsible for his conviction and imprisonment. The official statements that were released to the public emphasized his alleged crimes and the threats he supposedly posed, creating an atmosphere of fear and suspicion that turned every citizen into potential informant or victim. But the most disturbing aspect of the hunt was the decision to deploy Dementors as active participants in the search, bringing these creatures into populated areas where they could interact directly with civilian populations that had previously been protected from their influence. The authorities justified this unprecedented step by arguing that the threat posed by an escaped Azkaban prisoner was severe enough to warrant extraordinary measures. But the decision revealed how completely they had lost perspective about proportionate response to security challenges. The Dementors that were assigned to hunt Sirius Black brought their characteristic effects wherever they went, draining happiness and hope from entire communities while creating atmospheric conditions that made normal life difficult or impossible for anyone in their vicinity. Children attending Hogwarts found themselves reliving their worst memories and most traumatic experiences simply because creatures whose presence was inimical to human well-being had been deployed in their vicinity as part of a security operation that prioritized capture over civilian welfare. The irony of using Dementors to hunt someone who had escaped specifically because of their perceptual limitations was lost on ministry officials who were more concerned with appearing to take decisive action than with understanding why. Their previous security measures had failed. They were essentially fighting the previous war, deploying methods that would have been effective against conventional human escape attempts while ignoring the unique circumstances that had made Sirius Black's freedom possible in the first place. The months that followed his escape were characterized by a strange form of freedom that was more limited and dangerous than his imprisonment had been, as he could no longer rely on the protection of stone walls and established routines to provide structure and security for his existence. Every moment brought new risks of discovery and recapture, while his emaciated condition and obvious signs of long-term stress made normal social interaction impossible. even when opportunities for human contact presented themselves. But the knowledge that he was finally free to act on behalf of his godson, to investigate the circumstances of his false conviction, and to protect Harry from ongoing threats that others did not recognize or understand, provided purpose that made the hardships and dangers of fugitive life bearable. For the first time in 12 years, he was able to make choices and take actions that served his own moral convictions, rather than simply enduring whatever suffering others chose to inflict upon him. The successful escapes of both Barty Crouch Jr. and Sirius Black represented fundamental challenges to the assumptions that had made Azkaban possible as an institution, demonstrating that even the most perfect security could be overcome by sufficient desperation, clever planning, or exploitation of weaknesses that its designers had never considered. But the lessons that might have been learned from these incidents were largely ignored by authorities who were more interested in maintaining public confidence than in acknowledging systemic failures that might require fundamental changes to established policies and procedures. Instead of examining the vulnerabilities that had made the escapes possible and developing more comprehensive security measures that might prevent similar incidents in the future, the ministry focused on manhunts and public relations efforts that emphasized the rarity of such events while minimizing their significance for the prison system's overall effectiveness. The perfect security record that had once been Azkaban's greatest source of pride was quietly abandoned in favor of claims about general effectiveness that could accommodate occasional failures while maintaining overall confidence in finer favor, institutional competence. And in the cold waters of the North Sea, the island fortress continued its grim work of destroying human souls while serving as monument to the kind of systematic cruelty that could be rationalized as necessary for public safety. Its Dementor guards floating through corridors that had been proven vulnerable while continuing to feed on prisoners whose suffering served no constructive purpose beyond satisfying societal desire for vengeance disguised as justice. The year 1995 marked the beginning of the darkest period in Azkaban's already grim history, when the fortress that had served as Britain's most feared prison for centuries would be transformed from an instrument of harsh but legal justice into a tool of open warfare against the innocent and defenseless. The return of Lord Voldemort, though initially denied by ministry officials who found the truth too frightening to acknowledge publicly, would shatter the delicate balance that had allowed the prison to function as part of a civilized justice system, however brutal that system might have been in practice. The Dementors that had served as Azkaban's guards for generations possessed no loyalty to the ministry that had employed them, no understanding of legal concepts like justice or proportional punishment, and no investment in maintaining the social order that their presence had helped to enforce. They were creatures of pure appetite whose cooperation with magical authority had been secured not through contracts or oaths, but through the simple provision of a steady supply of human misery upon which they could feed without interference or competition from other predators. This arrangement had worked adequately when the ministry represented the most reliable source of concentrated despair available to Dementor populations, but it had always been fundamentally unstable because it was based on mutual convenience rather than genuine alliance or shared values. The creatures served as prison guards, not because they believed in the importance of containing dangerous criminals, but because imprisonment provided them with access to the kind of prolonged, concentrated suffering that was most satisfying to their parasitic nature. When Voldemort returned to physical form and began rebuilding his power base during the summer of 1995, one of his first strategic priorities was securing the allegiance of magical creatures whose abilities could serve his military objectives. The giants whose strength could break through conventional magical defenses, the werewolves whose condition made them outcasts from normal wizarding society, and most importantly, the Dementors whose psychological warfare capabilities exceeded anything that human wizards could achieve through conventional means. The negotiations between Voldemort and the Dementor population were conducted through methods that remained largely mysterious to human observers. As these creatures communicated through means that transcended normal language and operated according to psychological principles that even the most knowledgeable experts in magical creature behavior could not fully comprehend. But the fundamental terms of the agreement were simple and appealing to beings whose only real interest was maximizing their opportunities for feeding on human despair. Voldemort offered them something that the Ministry had never been able to provide: unlimited access to fresh victims whose suffering would not be constrained by legal procedures, bureaucratic oversight, or humanitarian concerns that might limit the intensity or duration of their feeding. Instead of being restricted to the gradually diminishing emotional resources of long-term prisoners who had already been partially drained by years of Dementor exposure, they would be given access to entire civilian populations whose capacity for experiencing fear and despair remained at peak levels. The scope of suffering that Voldemort promised was far beyond anything that conventional imprisonment could provide, encompassing not just individual criminals who had violated specific laws, but entire categories of people whose only crime was belonging to groups that his ideology identified as undesirable or threatening. Muggle-born wizards, blood traitors who had rejected pure-blood supremacist beliefs, Ministry officials who supported policies that conflicted with Death Eater objectives, all would become legitimate targets for Dementor feeding once his regime achieved sufficient power to eliminate legal restrictions on their race activities. But perhaps most appealing to creatures whose reproductive success depended on environmental conditions that supported their multiplication was Voldemort's promise to create a world where despair would be so widespread and systematic that Dementor populations could expand without the geographical limitations that had previously constrained their growth. Instead of being confined to a single island prison, they could spread throughout Britain and eventually beyond, establishing breeding colonies wherever human suffering reached sufficient intensity to sustain their life cycles. The decision of the Dementor population to abandon their posts at Azkaban and join Voldemort's forces was made with the collective efficiency that characterized all their major behavioral choices, reflecting not individual decisions by particular creatures, but a species-wide recognition that better feeding opportunities were available elsewhere. The process was not gradual but sudden, occurring over the course of a single night when the entire population of Azkaban's guards simply disappeared from their posts and relocated to serve new masters whose goals aligned more closely with their natural appetites. The immediate consequence of this mass defection was the complete collapse of Azkaban's security system, leaving hundreds of dangerous prisoners confined only by physical barriers that had been designed to supplement rather than replace Dementor supervision. The magical locks and containment spells that secured individual cells were formidable, but had never been intended to operate without the psychological deterrent effect that Dementor presence provided, creating opportunities for organized escape attempts that would have been impossible under normal circumstances. The mass breakout that followed within days of the Dementor's departure was the largest prison escape in the history of magical Britain, involving not just individual fugitives seeking personal freedom, but coordinated liberation of Death Eaters, whose release had been planned as part of Voldemort's broader strategy for rebuilding his organization. The prisoners who escaped were not randomly selected criminals, but carefully chosen operatives whose skills and connections would prove immediately useful for the campaign of terror that was about to begin. Bellatrix Lestrange emerged from her Azkaban cell as perhaps the most fanatically devoted of all Voldemort's followers, her years of imprisonment having intensified rather than diminished her commitment to his cause through a process that demonstrated the complex relationship between suffering and ideological conviction. The Dementor feeding that should have stripped away her emotional attachments had instead concentrated her obsessive love for her master into a core of identity that was virtually impervious to rational argument or moral consideration. The physical deterioration that she had suffered during her imprisonment was obvious to anyone who observed her, but it was accompanied by a psychological focus that made her more dangerous, rather than less capable as an agent of Voldemort's will. The years of exposure to creatures that fed on happiness had eliminated her capacity for experiencing normal human emotions like doubt, compassion, or fear, leaving behind only the driving purpose that had motivated her original crimes, multiplied by the intensity of someone who had endured ultimate testing and emerged with her convictions intact. Rodolphus and Rabastan Lestrange followed their family member into freedom with the mechanical loyalty that characterized their approach to all Death Eater activities. Their brotherhood forged through shared participation in atrocities, having survived Dementor exposure that had broken stronger personalities and more independent minds. They represented the kind of reliable, unthinking violence that would prove essential for implementing policies that required systematic cruelty without individual initiative or moral questioning. The other Death Eaters who gained their freedom during the mass escape brought with them specialized knowledge and capabilities that had been preserved despite their imprisonment, creating an immediate increase in Voldemort's organizational capacity that would have taken months or years to achieve through normal recruitment processes. Augustus Rookwood's connections within the Department of Mysteries provided intelligence about ministry capabilities and vulnerabilities that would prove crucial for planning future operations. Antonin Dolohov's expertise in curse research and magical combat made him invaluable for training new recruits and developing tactical innovations that could overcome improved defensive measures. But the most significant aspect of the mass escape was not the liberation of individual prisoners, but the demonstration of institutional failure that undermined public confidence in ministry competence and magical law enforcement capabilities. The supposedly impregnable fortress that had served as the ultimate symbol of magical justice had been revealed as fundamentally dependent on creatures whose loyalty could not be assumed and whose departure could render the entire system useless within a matter of hours. The public reaction to news of the breakout was immediate and widespread panic that reflected not just fear of the specific individuals who had escaped, but recognition that the basic assumptions about safety and security that had allowed normal life to continue were no longer valid. If Azkaban could be emptied by Dementor defection, if the most dangerous criminals in magical Britain could simply walk away from their sentences, then what protection existed for ordinary citizens who might find themselves targeted by escaped Death Eaters seeking revenge or recruitment opportunities? The Ministry's response to this crisis revealed both the depth of their unpreparedness for such an eventuality and the political priorities that would shape their handling of all subsequent developments related to Voldemort's Beelzebub return. Rather than acknowledging the security failure honestly and implementing emergency measures to protect civilian populations, officials focused on managing public relations and maintaining plausible deniability about the scope of threats that the wizarding community was facing. The official statements that were released minimized the significance of the escape while emphasizing ongoing efforts to recapture the fugitives through conventional law enforcement methods that had already proven inadequate for dealing with organized dark magic resistance. Citizens were advised to remain calm and report any suspicious activities to local Auror offices, but no meaningful protection was offered to individuals or communities that might be specifically targeted by escaped Death Eaters with personal grievances or strategic objectives. Meanwhile, the empty corridors of Azkaban stood as monument to the short-sightedness of policies that had prioritized cost savings and administrative convenience over genuine security considerations. The prisoners who remained in custody after their more dangerous cellmates had escaped found themselves in a peculiar form of limbo, technically still serving their sentences, but confined by barriers that everyone understood were inadequate for long-term containment without Dementor supervision. The fortress itself began to deteriorate rapidly once the Dementors who had maintained its oppressive atmosphere through their constant presence were no longer available to suppress normal decay processes. The despair that had permeated every stone and corridor for centuries started to dissipate like fog in sunlight, revealing the underlying structure to be far more fragile and dependent on supernatural reinforcement than anyone had realized during the years when creature supervision had masked fundamental architectural weaknesses. The Death Eaters who had gained their freedom wasted no time in resuming the activities that had originally earned them their imprisonment. But their methods and objectives had been refined during their years of confinement into forms that were more systematic and more ruthless than anything they had attempted during Voldemort's first reign of terror. The suffering they had endured in Azkaban had eliminated whatever residual compassion or moral restraint might have previously limited their willingness to inflict pain on innocent victims. Bellatrix Lestrange's first actions after her escape demonstrated the evolution that her character had undergone during her imprisonment, as she immediately began implementing torture and murder campaigns that exceeded even her previous standards for creative cruelty. The techniques she employed were informed by her intimate knowledge of Dementor feeding methods and the psychological destruction that prolonged exposure to despair could achieve, allowing her to inflict suffering that was both more intense and more precisely calibrated than conventional dark magic could provide. The recruitment efforts that the escaped Death Eaters conducted were similarly enhanced by their understanding of how institutional brutality could break human resistance and reshape personality according to ideological requirements. They had learned through personal experience how systematic psychological torture could eliminate independent thought and moral judgment, leaving behind individuals who were capable of following orders without question or conscience. But perhaps the most significant change in Death Eater methodology was their approach to using Dementors as weapons of war rather than simply tools for prisoner management. Having observed these creatures' capabilities at close range for years, the escaped prisoners understood how Dementor attacks could be employed strategically to destroy enemy morale and create conditions that would make organized resistance virtually impossible. The deployment of Dementors against civilian populations represented a fundamental escalation in the scope and nature of magical warfare, introducing weapons that attacked not just individual targets, but entire communities through psychological effects that could persist long after the creatures themselves had moved on to other objectives. Unlike conventional military attacks that caused discrete damage that could be repaired through normal reconstruction efforts, Dementor assaults created lasting trauma that would affect their victims for the remainder of their lives while making normal social and economic activities difficult or impossible to maintain. The first large-scale use of Dementors against non-combatant populations occurred during raids on ministry officials and their families. Operations that were designed not primarily to eliminate specific individuals but to demonstrate the futility of continued resistance against forces that could deploy weapons against which conventional magical defenses were largely ineffective. The psychological impact of these attacks extended far beyond their immediate victims to encompass entire communities that understood they might face similar assaults if they continued to support ministry policies or resist Death Eater demands. The children who were exposed to Dementor attacks during these operations suffered damage that would affect their development for years to come. Their capacity for experiencing normal childhood happiness and security having been systematically destroyed through encounters with creatures whose very presence made positive emotions impossible to sustain. The parents who witnessed their children suffering while being unable to provide effective protection experienced forms of guilt and helplessness that would haunt them long after the immediate crisis had passed. The medical facilities at Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries found themselves overwhelmed with patients suffering from forms of psychological trauma that exceeded anything in their previous experience. Conditions that were difficult to treat because they resulted from actual spiritual damage rather than conventional mental illness or emotional stress. The healers who attempted to help these victims discovered that normal therapeutic approaches were inadequate for addressing injuries that had been inflicted directly upon the soul itself, rather than merely upon the mind or emotions. The social disruption that followed the systematic use of dementors as weapons extended throughout wizarding society in ways that made normal economic and cultural activities increasingly difficult to maintain. Families that had been attacked or threatened found themselves unable to function normally. Their capacity for experiencing the positive emotions that motivated productive work having been compromised through exposure to creatures whose feeding had lasting effects on psychological and spiritual development. The educational system faced particular challenges as children who had been exposed to dementor attacks required specialized support that conventional teaching methods could not provide, while students who had not been directly affected struggled with anxiety about potential future encounters that made concentration on academic subjects difficult or impossible. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry found itself serving increasingly as a refuge for young people whose families could no longer protect them from threats that conventional security measures were powerless to prevent. The economic impact of widespread dementor deployment was equally devastating, as businesses and institutions that had depended on normal social interaction found their operations disrupted by customers and employees whose psychological condition made routine activities feel overwhelming or impossible. The magical commerce that had sustained wizarding communities for centuries began to break down as people retreated into isolation and defensive measures that prioritized immediate survival over long-term economic prosperity. But perhaps the most insidious effect of the systematic use of dementors was the way that their presence began to reshape the moral landscape of wizarding society, making cruelty seem normal and compassion appear weakness rather than virtue. Communities that were subjected to regular dementor exposure found their capacity for ethical reasoning gradually eroded, along with their ability to experience positive emotions, creating populations that were more susceptible to Death Eater recruitment and less likely to resist policies that would have been unthinkable under normal circumstances. The Ministry's eventual decision to station dementors within the building itself represented the complete capitulation of legal authority to forces that had originally been employed as mere tools of law enforcement but had become masters of the institutions they had once served. The courtrooms where justice had been administered for centuries became chambers of systematic torture, where the outcomes of legal proceedings were determined not by evidence or legal precedent, but by the psychological effects that dementor presence had on defendants, witnesses, and legal advocates. The persecution of Muggle-born wizards that was conducted under these conditions represented not just policy change but fundamental transformation of legal process itself. As trials became ritualized exercises in psychological destruction, rather than genuine attempts to determine guilt or innocence, the defendants who appeared before dementor-supervised courts found themselves unable to mount effective defenses, not because the evidence against them was compelling, but because their capacity for coherent thought and emotional stability had been systematically compromised through exposure to creatures whose presence made rational discussion impossible. The registration and identification procedures that were implemented as part of this persecution created bureaucratic mechanisms that were designed not merely to document ancestry and blood status, but to facilitate the systematic psychological torture of entire categories of citizens whose only crime was failing to meet arbitrary standards of magical purity. The interviews and examinations that were conducted under dementor supervision became forms of legalized torture that extracted confessions and compliance through methods that would have been recognized as criminal under any civilized legal system. The clerks and administrators who implemented these policies found themselves gradually transformed by prolonged exposure to dementor influence. Their capacity for moral judgment eroded through daily participation in systematic cruelty that was presented as necessary bureaucratic procedure. The banality of evil that characterized the persecution process was enhanced by atmospheric conditions that made ethical reasoning increasingly difficult, while rendering compliance with authority seem like the only rational response to impossible circumstances. The resistance efforts that developed in response to these policies faced challenges that went beyond conventional military or political opposition to encompass the fundamental problem of maintaining human dignity and moral clarity in environmental conditions that were designed to eliminate both. The members of the Order of the Phoenix and other resistance organizations found themselves fighting not just against specific policies or particular enemies, but against the atmospheric despair that made hope and determination increasingly difficult to sustain. The safe houses and hidden refuges that were established to protect victims of persecution had to be warded not just against conventional magical detection, but against the psychological effects of Dementor attacks that could render their inhabitants incapable of maintaining the emotional stability necessary for effective resistance activities. The protective magic that was required exceeded anything that had been developed for previous conflicts, as it needed to shield not just physical bodies but souls themselves from creatures whose attacks transcended normal categories of harm and healing. The intelligence gathering and communication networks that resistance movements required became increasingly difficult to maintain as Dementor patrols made normal social interaction dangerous and unpredictable, while the psychological effects of systematic exposure to despair made trusted allies behave in ways that appeared suspicious or potentially treacherous. The paranoia and mutual suspicion that developed within resistance organizations was not entirely the product of rational security concerns, but partly the result of environmental conditions that made normal trust and cooperation feel psychologically impossible. The Battle of Hogwarts that would eventually end this dark period in magical history was fought under conditions that demonstrated both the scope of damage that systematic Dementor deployment had inflicted on wizarding society and the resilience of human spirits that refused to surrender hope despite environmental conditions that were designed to make hope impossible. The students and teachers who defended the school faced not just conventional military opponents, but creatures whose very presence challenged their capacity to maintain the positive emotions that fueled their protective magic. The Patronus charms that were cast during the battle represented more than tactical responses to immediate threats, but acts of spiritual defiance against forces that had sought to eliminate the possibility of happiness and hope from their world entirely. The silvery guardians that emerged from these spells were powered not just by individual memories of better times, but by collective determination to create a future where such memories would be possible for generations that had grown up, knowing only fear and despair. The victory that was eventually achieved came at enormous cost that would be felt throughout wizarding society for decades to come, as entire communities had been traumatized by experiences that exceeded the normal human capacity for psychological recovery. The children who had grown up during the Dementor occupation would carry scars that no magical healing could completely address, while the adults who had witnessed or participated in systematic cruelty would struggle with guilt and shame that would affect their relationships and life choices for the remainder of their existence. But perhaps the most lasting consequence of this dark period was the recognition that institutions like Azkaban, which had seemed acceptable when their cruelty was confined to convicted criminals and contained within legal frameworks, could be transformed into weapons against entire populations when those frameworks collapsed or were deliberately subverted. The lesson that emerged from the Dementor's betrayal was that systematic brutality, however legally authorized and administratively efficient, represented a form of moral corruption that would eventually consume the societies that tolerated it, regardless of their intentions or justifications. In the aftermath of Voldemort's final defeat, the empty corridors of Azkaban stood as monuments, not just to individual suffering, but to institutional failure that had enabled the systematic torture of thousands while claiming to serve justice and public safety. The Dementors that had once glided through these passages as agents of legal authority had revealed themselves as forces of pure destruction that recognized no distinction between guilt and innocence, between punishment and persecution, between justice and revenge. The victory that ended Voldemort's second reign of terror and brought his campaign of systematic cruelty to a close created opportunities for fundamental reform that had been unimaginable during the dark years when Dementors served as weapons of war and Azkaban had stood empty as a monument to institutional failure. The Battle of Hogwarts had been won not just through superior tactics or greater magical power, but through the collective determination of people who refused to accept that despair was the natural condition of human existence, that cruelty was an acceptable tool of governance, or that systematic torture could ever serve the cause of justice. In the immediate aftermath of the conflict, when the wizarding world was beginning the difficult process of assessing the damage that had been inflicted on both institutions and individuals during the years of Death Eater ascendancy, the question of what to do with Azkaban became symbolic of broader debates about how magical society would choose to define itself in the post-war period. The fortress that had once been the most feared symbol of magical justice now stood as a testament to the dangers of accepting brutal methods simply because they appeared effective in the short term. Kingsley Shacklebolt's appointment as Minister for Magic represented a fundamental shift in governmental philosophy that would influence every aspect of magical policy for decades to come. Unlike his predecessors, whose approaches to criminal justice had been shaped by fear of public criticism and desire to appear strong on crime regardless of the human costs involved, Shacklebolt brought to his position a comprehensive understanding of how institutional brutality could corrupt entire societies while failing to achieve the security and deterrence effects that were claimed to justify its implementation. His personal experience as an Auror who had worked closely with victims of Dementor attacks during the war had given him intimate knowledge of the lasting psychological damage that exposure to these creatures could inflict on human beings. Damage that extended far beyond immediate victims to encompass entire families and communities whose capacity for normal social functioning was compromised by encounters with forces that were fundamentally hostile to human happiness and dignity. He understood that the choice between effective security and humane treatment was often a false dichotomy created by people who had never seriously investigated whether alternative approaches might be both more ethical and more successful. The first major decision that Shacklebolt faced regarding Azkaban was whether to attempt restoration of the prison using conventional human guards, or to abandon the facility entirely in favor of completely new approaches to magical criminal justice. The fortress itself had been severely damaged during the years when Dementor supervision had been withdrawn, with structural problems that reflected both the withdrawal of supernatural maintenance and the fundamental unsuitability of a building that had been constructed for the purpose of amplifying human suffering rather than containing prisoners safely and humanely. The cost of renovating Azkaban to meet modern standards of security and prisoner welfare would have been enormous, requiring not just physical reconstruction, but complete redesign of systems and procedures that had been based on assumptions about the acceptability of systematic psychological torture. The magical wards that had supplemented Dementor supervision would need to be completely rebuilt. The cell blocks would require reconstruction to meet basic standards of habitability, and entirely new infrastructure would need to be created to support rehabilitation programs and medical services that had never existed during the centuries of creature guardianship. But more fundamentally, Shacklebolt recognized that attempting to reform Azkaban while retaining its location and basic structure would inevitably be compromised by the psychological associations that the island fortress had accumulated during its long history of systematic cruelty. The very stones of the building had absorbed centuries of despair and suffering, creating an atmosphere that would make genuine rehabilitation impossible, even with the best intentions and most sophisticated therapeutic interventions. Any prisoner sent to serve time in such an environment would be constantly reminded that they were occupying cells where thousands of previous inmates had been tortured to death or driven insane by creatures whose feeding methods exceeded any reasonable definition of proportionate punishment. The decision to abandon Azkaban entirely and replace it with a completely new facility represented one of the most significant criminal justice reforms in the history of magical Britain, requiring not just massive financial investment but fundamental reconsideration of the purposes that imprisonment was meant to serve. The new approach that Shacklebolt championed was based on principles that had been largely absent from magical criminal justice for centuries. The idea that prisoners retained basic human dignity regardless of their crimes, that punishment should be proportionate to offenses rather than limited only by administrative convenience and public bloodlust, and that the ultimate goal of incarceration should be protecting society through rehabilitation rather than satisfying collective desire for revenge. The location chosen for the new facility was deliberately selected to contrast with everything that Azkaban had represented, situated on the mainland rather than an isolated island, designed to allow regular contact between prisoners and their families, and constructed according to architectural principles that emphasized human dignity and the possibility of positive change rather than despair and psychological destruction. The building itself was designed by experts in magical architecture who understood that physical environment could either support or undermine efforts at rehabilitation and reform. The magical protections that secured the new prison were sophisticated beyond anything that had been attempted previously, but they operated according to fundamentally different principles than the crude brutality that had characterized Azkaban's security measures. Rather than relying on creatures whose presence made rational thought and moral development impossible, the new facility employed magical systems that could contain dangerous prisoners while preserving their capacity for psychological growth and eventual reintegration into society. The guard system that was implemented represented perhaps the most dramatic departure from previous practice, employing teams of trained aurors who worked on rotating shifts that prevented the psychological damage that could result from prolonged exposure to institutionalized suffering. These guards received extensive training, not just in security procedures and magical containment techniques, but in therapeutic communication and conflict resolution skills that would allow them to interact with prisoners as human beings, rather than simply as problems to be managed or threats to be contained. The rotation schedule that was established ensured that no individual guard spent more than a limited time in direct contact with the prison environment, preventing the psychological damage that had affected previous generations of prison workers, while ensuring that staff remained capable of maintaining appropriate professional relationships with inmates. This system was more expensive than the Dementor supervision it replaced, requiring substantial investment in recruitment, training, and ongoing support for personnel whose work involved regular exposure to traumatic situations and morally challenging circumstances. But the increased costs were offset by dramatic improvements in outcomes that demonstrated the effectiveness of humane treatment approaches when properly implemented and adequately funded. The new facility experienced virtually no escape attempts during its first years of operation, not because security was so overwhelming as to make such attempts impossible, but because prisoners who were treated with basic dignity and provided with opportunities for meaningful activity had less motivation to risk the dangers and uncertainties of fugitive existence. The medical facilities that were integrated into the new prison design represented a complete transformation in the approach to prisoner healthcare, employing qualified healers who specialized in treating the psychological trauma that many inmates brought with them from their experiences during the war years. Many prisoners arrived with symptoms of dementor exposure that required extensive therapy and magical treatment before they could participate meaningfully in rehabilitation programs or make progress toward eventual release. The treatment programs that were developed for these cases drew upon the most advanced understanding available of how magical trauma affected human psychology and spiritual development, employing techniques that had been refined through work with war veterans and civilian victims of Death Eater attacks. The healers who provided these services understood that many prisoners were themselves victims of the system they were working to reform. Individuals whose crimes had been committed under conditions of systematic psychological pressure that had compromised their capacity for normal moral judgment and decision-making. The educational and vocational programs that were established within the new facility reflected recognition that most prisoners would eventually be released back into society, and that their success in reintegrating into normal life would depend largely on their ability to find meaningful work and maintain stable relationships with family and community members. The workshops and classrooms that were included in the facility's design provided opportunities for inmates to develop skills that would be valuable in legitimate employment while engaging in productive activities that could provide psychological satisfaction and sense of purpose during their incarceration. The library that was created as part of these educational resources was stocked not just with recreational reading materials, but with texts on magical theory, vocational training, therapeutic self-help, and other subjects that could support prisoners' efforts to understand the factors that had contributed to their criminal behavior while developing strategies for making different choices in the future. The access to information that this library provided was itself a form of rehabilitation, offering intellectual stimulation and opportunities for personal growth that had been completely absent from the Azkaban experience. The family visitation programs that were implemented represented another dramatic departure from previous practice, recognizing that maintaining connections with loved ones was often crucial for successful reintegration while providing motivation for good behavior during incarceration. The visiting facilities were designed to allow meaningful contact between prisoners and their families in environments that were comfortable and conducive to honest communication, rather than the formal, intimidating settings that had characterized previous visitation procedures. These programs included special provisions for prisoners with young children, recognizing that family separation was often one of the most psychologically damaging aspects of incarceration, and that maintaining parental relationships could provide powerful motivation for rehabilitation efforts. The play areas and child-friendly spaces that were included in the facility design allowed imprisoned parents to maintain bonds with their children that might otherwise be severed by the trauma and disruption of criminal justice. Involvement. The counseling services that were provided to both prisoners and their families acknowledged that criminal behavior often reflected broader patterns of dysfunction that affected entire family systems rather than simply individual character, flaws, or moral failures. The therapists who provided these services were trained to work with the complex trauma and relationship issues that were often underlying factors in criminal behavior, helping families develop healthier communication patterns and support systems that could reduce the likelihood of future legal problems. The work programs that were established within the facility provided opportunities for prisoners to engage in productive labor that served useful social purposes while developing skills and work habits that would transfer to legitimate employment after release. These programs were designed to simulate real-world work environments as closely as possible while providing fair compensation for labor that allowed inmates to support their families and save money for their eventual transition back to independent living. The agricultural projects that were included in these work programs allowed prisoners to produce food for their own consumption while learning skills in magical farming and creature care that were always in demand in the broader wizarding economy. The gardens and greenhouses that were constructed for these purposes provided therapeutic benefits beyond their economic value, offering prisoners opportunities to nurture growing things and witness the results of patient, constructive effort. The magical craft workshops that were established taught skills in potion making, enchantment, and artifact creation that could provide the foundation for legitimate businesses after release, while also serving the practical function of producing goods that could be sold to support the facility's operations. These workshops were staffed by master craftsmen who served as both instructors and mentors, providing prisoners with positive role models and professional relationships that could continue after incarceration ended. The restorative justice programs that were pioneered in the new facility represented perhaps the most innovative aspect of Shacklebolt's criminal justice reforms, bringing together prisoners and their victims in supervised settings where genuine dialogue about the impact of crimes could occur when both parties were willing to participate in such conversations. These programs were voluntary for all participants and carefully structured to avoid re-traumatizing victims while providing opportunities for offenders to understand the full consequences of their actions in ways that could motivate genuine remorse and behavioral change. The success rates that were achieved through these restorative justice initiatives exceeded anything that had been documented in previous approaches to criminal rehabilitation, with participants showing dramatically lower rates of recidivism and higher levels of satisfaction with the justice process. Victims who chose to participate often reported that the opportunity to confront their offenders directly and see evidence of genuine remorse helped them achieve closure that would not have been possible through traditional, punishment-focused approaches. The community service programs that were integrated into sentences allowed prisoners to make direct amends for their crimes while developing connections with the communities they had harmed, providing opportunities for supervised interaction with law-abiding citizens who could serve as positive influences and potential sources of support after release. These programs were carefully monitored to ensure public safety while maximizing opportunities for meaningful contribution to community welfare. The pre-release preparation programs that were established recognized that the transition from prison back to independent living was often the most challenging aspect of the rehabilitation process, requiring extensive planning and support that extended well beyond the end of formal incarceration. The case managers who worked with prisoners approaching release dates helped them develop realistic plans for housing, employment, and family relationships while connecting them with community resources that could provide ongoing support during the crucial first months of freedom. The halfway house programs that were created as part of this transition support system provided structured living environments where former prisoners could gradually readjust to independent living while maintaining access to counseling, job placement assistance, and other services that could prevent the social isolation and economic desperation that often contributed to criminal recidivism. These facilities were staffed by counselors and social workers who specialized in reintegration issues and were trained to recognize signs of potential relapse before they developed into serious problems. The employment assistance programs that were established recognized that finding legitimate work was often the most critical factor in successful reintegration, requiring not just job placement services, but ongoing support for former prisoners who faced discrimination and skepticism from potential employers. The advocates who provided these services worked to educate employers about the benefits of hiring rehabilitated offenders while providing former prisoners with training in job interview skills and workplace behavior. The family reunification services that were offered acknowledged that criminal behavior and incarceration created trauma and disruption that affected entire family systems, requiring therapeutic intervention and practical support that extended well beyond the individual offender. The counselors who provided these services helped families rebuild trust and communication while addressing underlying issues that might have contributed to criminal behavior in the first place. The monitoring and evaluation systems that were implemented to assess the effectiveness of these reform efforts provided ongoing feedback that allowed continuous improvement in policies and procedures, ensuring that programs were modified based on evidence of what actually worked rather than assumptions about what should work in theory. The data that was collected documented dramatic improvements in virtually every measure of success, from recidivism rates to prisoner satisfaction to public safety outcomes. The cost-benefit analyses that were conducted showed that the increased investment in humane treatment and rehabilitation programs more than paid for itself through reduced crime rates, lower recidivism, and decreased need for law enforcement and judicial resources. The communities that were served by former prisoners who had been successfully rehabilitated experienced economic benefits that more than offset the costs of the programs that had made such rehabilitation possible. But perhaps the most significant benefit of the prison reform efforts was the restoration of public confidence in the justice system's moral authority and effectiveness. As citizens could support law enforcement efforts, knowing that prisoners were being treated according to standards that reflected civilized values rather than institutional sadism disguised as public safety measures. The legitimacy that the justice system gained through demonstrating respect for human dignity extended throughout government and strengthened democratic institutions that had been corrupted by association with systematic cruelty. The international recognition that Magical Britain received for its innovative approach to criminal justice reform helped restore the country's reputation in global magical communities that had been concerned about the barbaric methods that had characterized previous approaches to law enforcement. The delegations that visited from other magical governments often implemented similar reforms in their own countries, creating a beneficial cycle of progressive change that extended far beyond Britain's borders. The research and development efforts that continued to refine and improve rehabilitation techniques attracted the best minds in magical medicine, psychology, and social work, creating centers of excellence that advanced understanding of human behavior and therapeutic intervention in ways that benefited not just the criminal justice system, but magical society as a whole. The knowledge that was developed through work with former prisoners proved applicable to treating trauma victims, helping troubled families, and addressing social problems that had previously seemed intractable. The cultural changes that resulted from these reforms extended throughout wizarding society, as the demonstration that even serious criminals could be successfully rehabilitated challenged assumptions about human nature and the possibility of positive change that had been undermined by centuries of exposure to institutional brutality. The hope that these programs represented became a source of inspiration for other social reform efforts and contributed to a broader cultural shift toward more compassionate and effective approaches to social problems. The empty fortress of Azkaban remained standing in the North Sea as a monument to the failures of the past, its abandoned corridors serving as reminder of what could happen when societies chose expedience over ethics and efficiency over humanity. The Dementors that had once glided through its passages were gone, relocated to places where their presence could be contained without inflicting suffering on human populations, and the island itself slowly began to recover from centuries of supernatural contamination. But the most lasting legacy of Shacklebolt's reforms was the demonstration that systematic change was possible when leaders possessed the courage to challenge entrenched practices and the wisdom to invest in approaches that served long-term rather than short-term interests. The transformation of magical criminal justice from an engine of cruelty into an instrument of healing and rehabilitation proved that even the most deeply rooted institutional failures could be overcome through persistent effort guided by principle and informed by evidence. In comfortable cells where prisoners could maintain their dignity while working toward redemption, in classrooms where former criminals learned skills that would allow them to contribute productively to society, in visiting rooms where families could maintain bonds that would support successful reintegration. The true work of justice was finally being accomplished through methods that honored the humanity of all involved while protecting the public safety that was the ultimate goal of any civilized legal system. The decades that followed Kingsley Shacklebolt's revolutionary reforms to the magical justice system witnessed a fundamental transformation in how wizarding society understood the relationship between punishment and redemption, between individual responsibility and collective healing, between the demands of public safety and the requirements of human dignity. The changes that had begun with the abandonment of Azkaban and the establishment of humane correctional facilities rippled outward through every aspect of magical culture, challenging assumptions that had been accepted without question for centuries and creating new possibilities for how civilized societies might address the problem of criminal behavior. The psychological impact of these reforms extended far beyond the prisoners who directly benefited from more humane treatment, encompassing entire communities that had lived for generations under the shadow of institutional brutality that claimed to serve their interests, while actually corrupting the moral foundations upon which civilized society depended. The knowledge that their government no longer employed torture as an instrument of policy allowed ordinary witches and wizards to reclaim a sense of ethical coherence that had been gradually eroded by decades of accepting systematic cruelty as a necessary evil. Children who grew up in the post-Azkaban era developed fundamentally different attitudes toward authority and justice than previous generations. Understanding from their earliest years that power could be exercised with restraint and that punishment could serve constructive purposes rather than merely satisfying collective desires for revenge. The educational programs that were implemented in magical schools during this period emphasized the importance of rehabilitation and second chances, teaching young people that criminal behavior was often the result of circumstances and choices that could be changed, rather than innate character flaws that made some individuals permanently dangerous to society. These educational reforms produced graduates whose approach to magical law enforcement was informed by understanding that effective crime prevention required addressing underlying social conditions rather than simply applying increasingly harsh penalties to those who violated established rules. The new generation of auras who emerged from this educational environment brought to their work sophisticated knowledge of psychology, sociology, and therapeutic intervention that allowed them to identify potential problems before they escalated into serious crimes while working with offenders in ways that promoted genuine behavioral change. The family counseling services that had been pioneered within the reformed prison system gradually expanded to serve the broader community, recognizing that criminal behavior often reflected dysfunction that affected entire family systems rather than isolated individual pathology. The therapists who provided these services helped families develop healthier communication patterns and conflict resolution skills that could prevent minor disputes from escalating into situations where criminal behavior might seem like an acceptable solution to interpersonal problems. The community mediation programs that grew out of the restorative justice initiatives proved equally valuable for addressing disputes that had not yet resulted in criminal charges, providing structured environments where conflicts could be resolved through dialogue and mutual understanding, rather than adversarial legal proceedings that tended to intensify rather than heal underlying tensions. These programs were particularly effective in addressing issues within magical communities where traditional wizarding values of family honor and personal reputation made conventional legal processes seem inadequate for restoring social harmony. The economic benefits of the reform movement extended throughout wizarding society as former prisoners who had been successfully rehabilitated contributed their skills and knowledge to legitimate enterprises that created wealth rather than destroying it through criminal activity. The magical businesses that were established by program graduates often focused on providing services to disadvantaged communities that had been underserved by conventional commercial enterprises, creating employment opportunities for other individuals who might otherwise have been vulnerable to recruitment by criminal organizations. The research institutions that had been established to study and improve rehabilitation techniques became centers of innovation that advanced understanding of human behavior in ways that benefited not just the criminal justice system, but magical society as a whole. The knowledge that was developed through work with former prisoners proved applicable to treating trauma victims, helping troubled families, addressing workplace conflicts, and managing various forms of social stress that had previously been handled through less effective traditional approaches. But perhaps the most profound change that emerged from the prison reform movement was the gradual development of a new understanding of what justice actually meant in a civilized society. The old model that had equated justice with punishment, that measured the success of legal systems by their capacity to inflict suffering on those who violated social norms, was gradually replaced by approaches that understood justice as the restoration of social harmony through addressing the underlying causes of criminal behavior, while protecting public safety through methods that preserved rather than destroyed human dignity. This philosophical transformation was reflected in changes to magical law that emphasized rehabilitation and community service over incarceration wherever possible. Recognizing that most criminal behavior could be addressed more effectively through intensive supervision and therapeutic intervention than through removal from society. The alternative sentencing programs that were developed during this period allowed offenders to make direct amends for their crimes while remaining connected to their families and communities, maintaining the social bonds that were often crucial for successful behavioral change. The victim advocacy services that were expanded during this period reflected growing understanding that true justice required attention to the needs and perspectives of those who had been harmed by criminal behavior, not just punishment of those who had caused such harm. The support programs that were established helped victims process their experiences and recover from trauma while providing them with meaningful opportunities to participate in decisions about how their cases would be resolved. The restitution programs that were implemented allowed offenders to compensate their victims directly through financial payments or community service that addressed the specific harms that had been caused by their criminal behavior. These programs often proved more satisfying to victims than traditional punishment approaches because they provided tangible evidence that offenders understood and accepted responsibility for the consequences of their actions while taking concrete steps to repair the damage they had caused. The long-term studies that tracked the outcomes of these various reform initiatives provided compelling evidence that humane approaches to criminal justice were not only more ethical than punitive alternatives, but also more effective in protecting public safety and reducing crime rates. The communities that embraced comprehensive reform strategies experienced dramatic reductions in both initial criminal activity and repeat offenses, while also showing improvements in various measures of social cohesion and collective well-being. The international recognition that Magical Britain received for its innovative approaches to criminal justice reform helped establish the country as a leader in progressive social policy, attracting delegations from other magical governments that sought to implement similar programs in their own jurisdictions. The consulting services that were provided to these international partners created new forms of diplomatic and economic cooperation that strengthened relationships between magical communities throughout the world. The academic conferences and professional journals that emerged to share knowledge about rehabilitation techniques and restorative justice practices created networks of scholars and practitioners whose collaborative efforts accelerated the development of increasingly sophisticated and effective approaches to addressing criminal behavior. The research that was conducted through these international partnerships often revealed cultural factors that influenced the effectiveness of different interventions, leading to more nuanced and culturally sensitive approaches to reform implementation. But the transformation was not without its critics and challenges. As some segments of wizarding society remained committed to traditional approaches that emphasized punishment over rehabilitation and viewed the reforms as signs of weakness rather than progress. The political opposition that emerged during this period argued that lenient treatment of criminals endangered public safety while failing to provide adequate justice for victims who deserved to see their attackers suffer consequences proportionate to the harm they had inflicted. These debates reflected deeper philosophical divisions within magical society about human nature and the possibility of redemption, with traditionalists arguing that some individuals were fundamentally evil and could never be trusted to rejoin civilized society, regardless of whatever therapeutic interventions might be attempted. The reformers responded to these concerns by pointing to statistical evidence that demonstrated the effectiveness of their approaches while acknowledging that some individuals might indeed require permanent separation from society if they could not be successfully rehabilitated. The compromise positions that emerged from these debates often focused on developing more sophisticated assessment methods that could identify which offenders were most likely to benefit from rehabilitation efforts while ensuring that those who posed ongoing dangers to public safety remained under appropriate supervision or confinement. The risk assessment tools that were developed for these purposes drew upon the most advanced understanding available of psychological factors that predicted successful behavioral change versus continued criminal activity. The monitoring technologies that were created to support community-based supervision programs represented significant advances in magical surveillance and communication that had applications far beyond criminal justice. The tracking devices that could monitor an individual's location and activities while respecting privacy rights became models for various forms of protective and therapeutic supervision that served vulnerable populations throughout magical society. The employment training programs that were established to help former prisoners develop marketable skills often became resources for other disadvantaged populations that faced barriers to economic participation, creating broader networks of social support that strengthened communities while reducing various forms of social isolation and marginalization that could contribute to criminal behavior. The workshops and apprenticeship programs that were created through these initiatives often became permanent institutions that served multiple generations of participants. The housing assistance programs that helped former prisoners find stable accommodations during their reintegration into society revealed broader problems with affordable housing that affected many law-abiding citizens who struggled with economic challenges. The cooperative housing projects that were developed to address these needs became models for community development that emphasized mutual support and shared responsibility for maintaining safe and healthy living environments. The mental health services that were expanded to serve the prison population eventually became available to the general public, addressing treatment gaps that had previously left many individuals without access to appropriate psychological and psychiatric care. The community mental health centers that were established during this period often became focal points for various forms of social support that helped prevent problems from developing into crises requiring criminal justice intervention. The substance abuse treatment programs that were developed for prisoners with addiction issues proved equally valuable for community members who struggled with similar problems but had not yet become involved with the criminal justice system. The residential treatment facilities and outpatient counseling services that were created during this period often served multiple functions within their communities, providing education, support, and intervention services that addressed various forms of behavioral and psychological difficulty. The cultural changes that resulted from these comprehensive social reforms extended far beyond the specific populations that were directly served by new programs and services. The demonstration that even serious criminals could be successfully rehabilitated challenged assumptions about human nature that had influenced magical society's approach to various forms of social deviance and conflict, creating more optimistic and constructive attitudes toward addressing problems that had previously been considered intractable. The storytelling traditions that emerged from this period often celebrated themes of redemption and second chances, replacing older narratives that had emphasized the permanent nature of moral failure and the inevitability of punishment for those who violated social norms. The literature, theatre, and other cultural productions that were created during this era reflected growing sophistication in understanding psychological and social factors that influenced individual behavior and collective well-being. The religious and spiritual movements that flourished during this period often emphasized concepts of forgiveness and transformation that supported the secular reform efforts while providing additional frameworks for understanding how individuals and communities could heal from the damage caused by criminal behavior. The interfaith dialogue that developed around these issues created new forms of cooperation between different magical traditions that had previously been divided by theological and cultural differences. The memorial services that were eventually held to honor the victims of the Azkaban system represented collective acknowledgement of the systematic injustice that had been perpetrated in the name of public safety and legal order. These ceremonies provided opportunities for families and communities to grieve losses that had been largely ignored during the centuries when Dementor guards were considered acceptable instruments of magical justice, while also celebrating the courage of those who had worked to create more humane alternatives. The historical research that was conducted to document the full scope of suffering that had occurred under the old system revealed stories of individual tragedy and institutional failure that had been suppressed or forgotten during the years when such information was considered politically inconvenient. The archives that were established to preserve these records ensured that future generations would have access to accurate information about the costs of accepting systematic cruelty as a normal component of civilized government. The educational curricula that were developed to teach young people about this history emphasized the importance of vigilance against institutional abuse while providing practical knowledge about how citizens could work to prevent the recurrence of similar problems. These programs often focused on developing critical thinking skills that would help students recognize warning signs of authoritarian excess while understanding their own responsibilities for maintaining democratic institutions that served human dignity rather than merely bureaucratic convenience. The constitutional reforms that were eventually implemented to prevent future governments from reverting to brutal practices included explicit protections for prisoner rights and mandatory oversight mechanisms that would ensure humane treatment regardless of political pressures or public opinion that might favor harsher approaches during times of crisis. These legal safeguards were designed to be difficult to override even during emergencies when fear might otherwise lead to abandonment of civilized standards. The international agreements that were negotiated during this period established common standards for prisoner treatment throughout the magical world, creating mechanisms for mutual monitoring and support that would make it more difficult for individual governments to abuse their own citizens without facing consequences from the broader international community. These treaties often included provisions for sharing best practices and providing technical assistance to countries that sought to implement reform programs. The legacy institutions that were created to perpetuate the values and practices that had emerged from the reform movement included research centers, training programs, advocacy organizations, and memorial sites that would ensure continued attention to issues of criminal justice reform even as political leadership and public priorities changed over time. These organizations were often structured to operate independently of government control while maintaining close relationships with academic institutions and professional associations that shared their commitment to evidence-based policy and humane treatment. The personal stories that emerged from individuals whose lives had been transformed by participation in rehabilitation programs became powerful testimonies to the possibility of genuine change that challenged stereotypes about criminals and crime that had persisted throughout magical society for generations. The speaking programs and mentorship initiatives that were developed around these personal narratives helped humanize issues that had often been discussed in abstract terms while providing practical guidance to others who faced similar challenges. The reconciliation processes that were eventually established to address the broader social divisions that had been created or exacerbated by years of systematic injustice required careful attention to the needs and perspectives of all affected parties, including families of prisoners who had been destroyed by dementor exposure, communities that had suffered from crime, and individuals who had participated in implementing brutal policies that they later recognized as morally indefensible. These reconciliation efforts often revealed the complex ways that institutional violence had affected everyone involved, including those who had appeared to benefit from harsh policies but had actually been diminished by participation in systems that required them to suppress their natural compassion and empathy in service of collective cruelty, disguised as public safety. The healing that was achieved through these processes often proved as important for former perpetrators as for their victims, creating possibilities for genuine community restoration that transcended simple distinctions between guilty and innocent parties. In the years that followed these comprehensive reforms, the abandoned fortress of Azkaban gradually became a site of pilgrimage and reflection for those who sought to understand how civilized societies could lose their way so completely before finding their path back to humane values and effective policies. The tours that were eventually offered to visitors emphasized both the horror of what had occurred there and the hope represented by its abandonment in favor of approaches that honored human dignity while protecting public safety. The island itself slowly began to recover from centuries of supernatural contamination, as the natural beauty that had been suppressed by Dementor presence gradually reasserted itself through the return of wildlife and the restoration of plant life that had been impossible while creatures of despair dominated the environment. The transformation of the island from a place of absolute horror to a location where natural healing could occur became a powerful symbol of the possibility for redemption and renewal, even in circumstances that had seemed hopeless. But perhaps the most lasting impact of the Azkaban era and its eventual abandonment was the understanding it provided about the relationship between individual choices and collective responsibility, between the demand for security and the requirements of civilization, between the desire for justice and the necessity of mercy. The lessons that were learned through this long and painful chapter in magical history would continue to influence how wizarding society addressed challenges that required balancing competing values and interests while remaining true to fundamental principles of human dignity and democratic governance. And so concludes the dark chronicle of Azkaban, that fortress of despair that stood for centuries as both protector and tormentor of wizarding Britain. From the twisted mind of Acrisius to the reforms of Kingsley Shacklebolt, we have witnessed how fear can shape justice and how progress demands the courage to change. As you drift toward peaceful sleep, remember that even the darkest institutions can be transformed when good people refuse to accept that cruelty is necessary for security. The cold stones of Azkaban still stand, but they no longer echo with the whispers of dementors or the cries of the hopeless. Instead, they shelter a new form of justice, one that seeks to heal rather than destroy, to reform rather than merely punish. Sleep well, knowing that from the darkest chapters of history can come the brightest hopes for tomorrow. May your dreams be filled with patronuses of silver light, and may you never know the true darkness that once dwelled in that fortress upon the sea.